His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu to our midst. I would also want to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Sven Bera, who is the ambassador of Norway to Nigeria. Can we put our hands together? I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Mojisola Odeku, the Senior Officer, Advocacy and Government and Multilateral Relations at the Nigeria Country Office of the Gates Foundation. Let's put our hands together. You're welcome, ma'am. All right, as we all may know, like I said earlier, in one way or the other, today we are gathered here for something very, very important for the International Budget Partnership in Nigeria. For some of us, we've had contact with our work over the years. And for some of us, we are also here to introduce our work to you afresh because we recognize the times, and what we have decided as a team is to review the approach to our work, which is why we are launching our strategy today. And we have invited you over to present the strategy and how we are going to be working. Of course, we started engaging with some of our partners earlier, but today we are doing a public presentation of our strategy to this honorable house. And shortly, I'll be inviting our country manager at IBP Nigeria. But before that, I would like to welcome our hosts, the Abuja Continental Management Team, to guide us through health and safety regulations for us in using this auditorium.
Good morning, participants. You're welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. Saleh Mohammed is my name. I'm the Hotel Safety Manager. In line with the global best practice, Abuja Continental Hotel deemed it necessary that all the participants of all the event should be informed of the best practices on safety and security before commencement of the program. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use our convenience, it is very, very easy to locate. If you just walk out of this hall through this main entrance door, just go straight down there, you see the convenience. The first entrance door is for the female convenience, while the second entrance door to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. Please, you are advised to always look before you enter so that you will not find yourself in a wrong destination. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 2 to 3 minutes or beyond that, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere or is a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please don't be panicked, be calm, because we have certified emergency response team members on ground who will ever do the needful should need arises. Please, it is very, very important to take note of that. And on the security aspect, please, should you have any reason to leave where you are seated, your personal belongings, more especially a mobile phone, should not be left unattended.
So I hope we all paid attention to the safety. I'm hoping we would not have any need to evacuate. So to take us further in today's event, I would like to invite over for our welcome address the country manager, IBP Nigeria, Ms. Olanyinka Babalola. Let's celebrate as she comes.
Thank you so much, Folahon. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see your lovely faces from up here. You are all welcome to the strategy launch of the Nigeria Country Office of the International Budget Partnership, otherwise known as IBP, and the presentation of a study that we conducted in partnership with our tax coalition partners. The study is titled A Gender Perspective Analysis of the Nigerian Informal Sector Tax Policy and Administration, a subnational study. Now, you agree with me that that title is quite a mouthful, right? But I assure you that the study is very engaging and it unveils insights into how our interface with the tax system is distorted by gender. You will hear more on that in the second half of today's event. Now, we aim to keep this event light on protocol, but it is important that I acknowledge the following people. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. Good morning, sir. We thank you for honoring our invitation despite your busy schedule, and we acknowledge the important work that you are leading to ensure that budgets are delivered on time and that citizens can enjoy the benefits of the services they contribute towards through their taxes. Secondly, I would like to recognize the communities that we support at the grassroots to make sure that the public resource governance system works for everyone, particularly the most marginalized. Now, these communities are represented today by our partners from across the 10 states where we work in Nigeria. I will only mention them by their acronyms, but you will have the opportunity to hear more about them and interact with them during our breaks. In alphabetical order, they are ACTG, ANWBN, CISLAC, Komen, CSJ, CRC, Data Fight, Follow Taxes, Form 1, ICIR, JDPC, SWIT, and SWAFON, and all members of the TJGP, which is the Tax Justice and Governance Platform. You know, we like acronyms in the development space, so I'm sure all of you are used to this. But these are the people that make our work possible. They're the ones that motivate us to get up every day to do this work because they're the closest to the individuals and the communities we partner with to ensure that resources raised by the government are spent effectively. Thirdly, I would like to acknowledge the organizations that provide the funding and the strategic guidance that makes our work possible. Without them, we couldn't do this work. In alphabetical order, they are Co-Impact, represented by Gladys Onyango, the Associate Director for Africa. She'll be giving us a goodwill message by video. Gates Foundation, represented by Dr. Mojisola Odeku, who is the Senior Officer on Advocacy, Government, Multilateral Relations, and Strategic Programmatic Partnerships. And the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation and the country of Norway, represented by His Excellency Mr. Sven Beira, the Ambassador of Norway to Nigeria. Their belief in and support of our vision of making public budgets work for everyone is manifest not only in their significant financial backing, but also their technical guidance as we shape our strategy to respond to the needs of the marginalized and to transform the public resource governance system for the better and for the good. Lastly, I must acknowledge the members of our winning coalition to effect the change we desire. This time, I won't attempt to name everyone because I'll miss out some names and inadvertently cause offense. But in this group, we have other civil society organizations working hard to effect positive change in PFM, transparency and accountability systems. Those are working in the social sectors, especially in healthcare and agriculture, and those who place special emphasis on women and girls. I also acknowledge the development partners, multilateral, bilateral, and foundations who play a key role in eradicating poverty and improving livelihoods across Nigeria. Government policymakers are also extremely important partners in our coalition as they collect the revenues, formulate and implement the budget, policies, and laws that determine how services are delivered to citizens. Thank you and other stakeholders for the important and transformational work that you do. Now, from all I've said so far, you can tell that coalitions and partnerships are very important at IBP. Our name gives us away already, the International Budget Partnership. We don't believe any individual organization has the secret sauce or the silver bullet to unlock transformational change in Nigeria. We all need to go on the journey together and find areas of alignment as we work together to improve lives. At IBP, we take a specific approach to ensuring that public budgets work for all people. We identify social movements that are already organized around improving service delivery areas, and we support them with budget analysis tools to improve their advocacy efforts. We also take a similar approach to ensuring that everyone pays their fair share of taxes, because without government revenues, there can be no budget and no services. We strongly believe that long-lasting social change that centers the needs of the most vulnerable groups in Nigeria can only be made possible when the needs and desires of such groups are strengthened, elevated, and amplified to decision makers. Now, how do we achieve this? By strategically accompanying the groups that represent the marginalized, ensuring that they lead the charge, by opening entry to spaces where they can speak to policymakers for themselves about the services they need, and also to report back on how current services are performing. And we also do this by increasing their bargaining power so that they can get affordable and timely services delivered to their communities. If you ask me, it's just plain common sense to do this, because public resources are for the people, and our policymakers have been put in a place of trust to manage these resources effectively. And I would expect that policymakers will want to get information directly on how these services are performing. So we work with our partners to generate the data, the evidence, and the information required to shift mindsets about the marginalized and how they should be served. Now, this brings me to our strategy launch today. Since 2018, IBP has been implementing the Strengthening Public Accountability for Results and Knowledge SPARK program in Nigeria. The budget credibility work started in 2020, and our tax equity initiative took off in 2021. Now, the expansion of our work from a budget and expenditure focus to considering the bottlenecks that impede expenditure, and then to how taxes are raised, was a deliberate journey. We are a learning organization, and we soon realized that to ensure people get the services they pay for through taxes, levies, and fees, we need to consider the public resource governance system in its entirety. And so this means that we should move away from the traditional PFM system to consider all stakeholders required to deliver services to Nigerian citizens end to end. Now, we will hear more about this system as we proceed in the program. Through our existing programs, we learned that any change our partners are able to facilitate can easily be reversed if we haven't addressed the root causes responsible for dysfunctions in the systems we're trying to change. We will also hear more about systems change, people-level outcomes, and system-level outcomes as we proceed. Lastly, we have applied a gender and intersectional focus to our work, because we have found that gender affects how we receive services and interact with the public resource governance system. An extra layer on top of this is how our identities intersect with gender, because you will agree with me that a married, pregnant professional woman who has access to health insurance and who receives maternal care at a private hospital in a major city in Nigeria will have a completely different experience from a single unmarried mother with a physical disability accessing maternal care at a primary health center in a rural area. This is the reality of people's lives in Nigeria, and we must acknowledge, respect, and cater to these intersecting identities in our work. We have so much more to share with you during this launch, and presentation of findings from our gender and taxation study. Subsequently, we will share more with you as we put out information on our newly launched social media channels about the work that we're doing in the communities where we work. Please do take advantage of the opportunities provided to share your thoughts and perspectives. We're going to have several Q&A sessions. And I would encourage you to also get to know our partners. They're all represented in this room. You can speak to them directly and hear about how our work is impacting their lives. We are so thrilled to have you here. The IBP team, both in Nigeria and globally, as well as all our partners, we've worked really hard to make this event possible, and we look forward to your active participation and engagement throughout today's program. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Please another round of applause for her. Thank you so much for those insights. Well laid out. I want to say that a lot of things she has said here in this room, makes a lot of sense and gives us insight really into the variables that concern, tax literacy, tax justice, and budgeting, especially when it comes to women and women with disability. For that reason, I am very interested. But first, introductions. My name is Adora Sidney Jack, and I'm a broadcast journalist and also a gender communications expert. And I will be steering you through the rest of the program for this morning. And I must say, you all look lovely to start with. And it's a delight to be here with you. Just to touch points to some of the things she has said, and I think that's one of the things is that shaping mindset about how groups can be marginalized are some of the things I think that during the questions and interaction session, people may want to find out how that happens, but she's laid it bare. So we go straight to our goodwill messages, and first we would want to welcome the Minister of Budget and Planning, His Excellency, and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagodo, who is here with us in the room. He's also, of course, steering Nigeria through a critical transition, moving away from the long-standing challenges of oil subsidy dependence and the FX price, pegging factors that have left the economy highly susceptible to global fluctuations in the extractive sector and decline in demand. So these issues have contributed, a lot of us know, to a cost of rising cost of living, significantly impacting the quality of life of Nigerians' growing population. However, we must attest that under his leadership, the ministry is tackling these challenges head on with the recently approved social protection policy, various policy adjustments, as we can see, and strategic interventions as well, may I add, designed to help the government navigate this crucial period while implementing sustainable and immediate palliative measures. So ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Honorable Minister as it comes forward for his goodwill message. Thank you.
Country Director of International Budget Partnership, Ambassador of Norway to Nigeria, Development Partners, representative of Dr. Mojisola Odeku, representative of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and indeed all participants. Thank you for inviting me to this launch of Gender Research IBP Nigeria Strategy Launch and Gender Research Findings event. I had hoped I was going to just listen to the research findings before making a comment, but because we have Federal Executive Council meeting, I don't have that opportunity of talking after. First, to appreciate International Budget Partnership for attention to gender inclusive budgeting and even taxation. It sounds very academic, but basically is the reality. Once you are allocating resources or even mobilizing resources, especially in a country or in a polity where you are trying to include many, focusing attention and sharing perspective on gender is definitely helpful, because whether it is lifting people out of poverty or mobilizing resources from them, we found out that there's a gender disparity in doing so. Not because gender, particularly women, not because they are any riskier, but because they face a host of challenges which accentuate their access to capital and sometimes even access to what ordinarily the private sector can provide. Therefore, there is an increasing need for public budgeting to recognize that challenge and to ensure that more attention is being paid, such that budgets are catalytic, mobilizing more resources and ensuring that the gender imbalance is de-risked by the way money is spent and allocated. And it has been recognized very loudly in Nigeria's budget system. The ministry is very conscious about gender perspective in both our budgeting and our resource allocation. And because the number one priority area of our renewed hope agenda is reforming the macroeconomic polity such that it will and generate economic growth. And at the heart of it is the millions of hardworking people, particularly women, who can do much better. And they can do much better sustainably and profitably. And in fact, it's equitable in Nigeria, because whether it is from our major urban centers, Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, or in our other states across the nation, from Yenagoa, Taraba to Borno, what you find is millions of hardworking women who are sometimes as early as 4 a.m. in various enterprises, various fishing grounds, smoking fish, in various farmlands, or livestock, or basic processing. And so these are people who have even demonstrated a key contribution to entrepreneurship effort. So how do we make their effort fair for them so that society can do better? Definitely it involves recognizing that we need to invest more in them in such a way that we can generate either proof of concepts that can enable private capital or partner capital to find opportunities to invest in. Because studies have shown that, in fact, some have gone as far as suggesting that women-led entrepreneurial pursuits are more, especially in the micro-enterprise space and nano-enterprise, they are more credit-worthy. Women are very nervous about missing payment, or they are very, very determined that the opportunities that are given to them should work. And therefore, public resources, budgeting, and access of the public to development partners should be utilized to invest more in gender and gender-related. We are doing a lot of it, we are doing more of it, but we are not where we want to be. And we are not where we want to be because as a country, our spending as a proportion of GDP is one of the lowest in the world. So everyone suffers because of that reality. And that is part of what we are confronting. And it's not surprising because, again, our revenue as a proportion of GDP is among the lowest in the world. I remember about a year ago, a visiting commissioner, European Union Commissioner for Partnerships, telling our president that in the European Union, revenue as a proportion of GDP in some countries is close to 50%. There are some that have even crossed that barrier. So sometimes even the justification of European Union giving support to a country who is only taking 10% or 9% from its citizens can be a difficult one to make, except when you factor in that we are in transition, we are determined to generate more revenues, and that is why, among other measures, we took the bold decisions that we have to do away with subsidies, have to do away with fuel subsidies, we have to do away with foreign exchange subsidies, we have to do away with some electricity subsidies. We have to reform our tax system so that it's simpler. More people are paying lower levels of taxes, but such that the net effect will be more revenues to support governmental services. And it's happening. We are seeing more revenues to our subnationals, local governments. Just last week, Governor told Mr. President at a meeting that now governors are receiving 3 times the revenue they were receiving about 15, 16 months ago. So that is a wonderful trajectory. But how does it benefit gender? Well, the fact that there is more is a good start. But gender groups or partners or civil society advocates should ensure that there is more pressure on the public budgeting system at all levels. In democracy, I'm sure there will be experiences that could be shared. Budgetary outcomes can be greatly influenced by the lobbying that is undertaken. Women groups or other interest groups that want to promote gender inclusion, gender spending, inculcate the spirit of lobbying legislators, whether at the local government level, whether at the state government level, or at the federal level, I believe more outcomes will be achieved that support gender financing and even tax revenue collection system, revenue system that support women. But like I said, even though I'm not here to give a keynote, and I'm very sorry that maybe I'm going longer than I should have been. Experience that I share as a state governor and now in my role as Minister in charge of budget and economic planning shows that, and we want particularly our development partners to hear this loud and clear, not just for development support, but maybe to amplify the message to private capital. We believe that our country has the greatest absorptive capacity for capital investment. You go to any local government, you see 10 women in enterprise, about 9 of them can do better with more capital and profitably so. I had a company Wakot, which in Argungu have the largest rice milling facility in sub-Saharan Africa as of then. Maybe now there are others. And they partnered with USAID in a program to support women rice farmers so that their yields can be competitive to those of men. Why should even yields differ based on gender? And it's a very interesting thing because women, a rice field like a garden requires a lot of tendering, and the more you tender it, the more the agronomic practices reflect what the science says, the more outcome you get. And typically in a community, a woman is more likely to face distractions, child, going to the hospital, going to cultural barriers that limit her ability to go out at will, and invariably her yield, even though she's willing to put an effort, is not as high as that of a neighboring farmland that is owned by a man. And so USAID and Wakot partnered, and they registered 300 women in a town called Augi, Kebbi State. And it's a very interesting story. I would urge if the IBP can speak to Wakot and the team. And over a 2-year period in that program, not only did the rice yields for women increase and approximate that of men, but they found out that other social outcomes become better. Women, they organize themselves, not even as a requirement of the program, they organize themselves, they talk about even difficult topics like family planning. And school outcomes increase, they understand buying health insurance better than before they were in the program. Equally, a World Bank program called Nigeria for Women, which operates in a number of states. And what is unique about the program is that it has what is called ward affinity groups. So these are groups that are organized. Nigeria has 8,809 wards below the local government level. So these affinity groups were organized around ward level. Participation is determined by those women affinity groups. The women are to make contributions, are to pay, in order to making their contribution, they will get support, and the group monitors outcomes. So not only did their creditworthiness and their entrepreneurship and organization, not only did it increase, but again, in those communities, some of the reports shows that school attendance increased. Attendance, prenatal visits increased. Investment in health insurance also increased. So I believe there are a lot of stories that are like this that we can catalyze. But I will leave you with the thought that what we need forums like this is to, of course, put pressure on all of us to do better in terms of budgeting, but more important, to call attention to women groups that with proof of concept, with organization and ability to show there's private capital out there. The reforms we are undertaking, among the essence of those reforms are to confront our reality. And that reality is that decades of underinvestment in almost every sector has affected our capacity. So we are taking the hard choices so that private capital can come in and fill the space. What Nigerian women require is not $1 billion, it's not $10 billion, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And what is important is that it can support profitable enterprise and they can repay, and similar to what is available to women elsewhere. And that is where the convergence of a national budget partnership, development partners, and government come, that realization and a messaging system that can target private capital and ensure that capital is not a bar to a woman who is willing to put in effort. And we have them in the millions. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for him. Short of saying that sounded like a keynote, it was very needed, very necessary. He laid it quite bare for us. And in a nutshell, he did answer my question when I was asking, what does gender have to do with taxes? You know, and he explained it. And really, what I understand from his conversation is the fact that, you know, when you look at the fact and you come to the conversation on tax compliance behavior, women have, you know, more opportunity to show example. And he talked about women entrepreneurs are more able to be credible, accountable, and also gatekeepers. And women are also highly less likely to underreport their taxes as well. And I think that is something for us to take a charge on. And I think is perhaps a message to the men too, to want to get into that conversation. Affinity groups, thank you, sir, for saying that. Those are the examples that we see, and it's not often that we speak about them, but they're very important in this kind of ecosystem. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. All right, we would also want to recognize the presence of the representative of the Joint Tax Board. The secretary is here. Please, thank you so much. If you're here, please just a wave so that we can recognize you. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. All right, so we would be taking our next goodwill message, and we'll sort of shift things around a bit. We'll be having, to give us his goodwill, the Norwegian ambassador, and he's right here in the hall. And I'm sure you've met him. He's a lover of jazz, by the way. I wanted to mention that. So I've seen him at quite some few jazz gigs, and he's the lover of jazz. And also was, you know, he served in the military back in the Norwegian military. So if you see him stand, his posture would give that away. So he's coming here to give us his goodwill message in a bit. But through the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, the Kingdom of Norway supports initiatives in health, education, gender equality, governance and economic development, climate action, and human rights, amongst others. And given that the UN Sustainable Development Goals are central to Norwegian development policy, NORAD supports developing countries, especially in Africa, to mobilize for SDGs. And NORAD works to strengthen tax systems and administration of public finances in these countries like Nigeria, to also contribute to multilateral organizations as well as collaborations with other groups, especially the media, the civil society, research institutions such as this. And we are delighted to have him here. Would like to invite the Norway, His Excellency Mr. Servian Barrett, to deliver his goodwill. But before we do that, we would like to have a quick photograph with the Honorable. Is that okay? Can he speak first? Thank you, sir. I'm sure you would want to listen to what he has to say. So let's bring you to the stage, sir, for your goodwill. Everyone, please, a round of applause for His Excellency Mr. Servian Barrett, Ambassador of Norway.
Thank you so much for those kind words, and also for mentioning the jazz concert at my house. It was was a ball. Today, I would like to start by acknowledging the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Abubakar Bagudu, and his great speech, not least his mentioning of millions of hardworking women all over Nigeria who demands a fair tax system. But before I start my goodwill speech, I will stand on established protocol. In the morning, when I'm driving to work, I often listen to the radio morning show. And sometimes they have a spelling contest. I'm sure you have heard that. Kids can call in and prove they can spell difficult words. And I would like to start doing that today. And I would like to ask you all, how do you spell education? How do you spell education? Don't worry, I'm going to respond myself to this first one. The way you spell education is T-A-X. All right. Do you agree? So now let me invite you to answer. How do you spell health? How do you spell health? Anyone who would like to try? What about the leader of the host here today? That's correct. The way to spell health is T-A-X. And of course, this game is only to show that in order for a country, whether it's Norway or Nigeria, to be able to offer good public services to the people, they need to take in tax. But the tax system also needs to be fair and transparent. That's the only way to make people trust in tax collection for the common good. And that's why we are here today, because our host today is the International Budget Partnership. They believe in a world where people claim the right to influence how public money is spent, because it's the people's money. And I'm proud that Norway has funded part of their work related to research on gender and taxation. Norway puts great emphasis on being a long-term partner for our partner countries, particularly in Africa, in their efforts to improve effectiveness of public institutions for public finance management of the SDGs. Civil society is a critical part of driving change, and Norway is the largest funder for civil society to tax reform. Thank you. Domestic public finance is fundamental to financing SDGs, like education and health. And the recent development in the world with decreasing aid budgets makes this even more important. This means increasing revenue and reducing losses through illicit financial flows and corruption, to mention a couple of things. And at the National Tax Conference here in Abuja 3 months ago, one of the recommendations was the following: the tax system be made more progressive to ensure that all taxpayers, especially big businesses and high net worth individuals, pay their fair share of taxes, as also mentioned by Yinka Babalula in her welcome address. And another recommendation was a portion of the additional revenue should be redistributed to benefit the lower tax brackets and the most vulnerable populations, such as women, girls, and persons with disabilities. So that's why we are here today. Let's make sure that the meeting is a contribution to a more equitable tax system. Thank you again.
Here's another round of applause. At least I got a new way to spell education and health this morning, having to give us her goodwill message. Right now, she's in the hall with us, and she will be talking to us about some of the conversations, perhaps from another perspective, especially when it comes to advocacy and governance and multilateral relations. I'd like to call on Dr. Mojisola Odeku. She's a senior officer, advocacy and government and multilateral relations and strategic programmatic partnership at the Nigerian office of the Gates Foundation. And I'm sure you're all aware that the Gates Foundation collaborates with the government of Nigeria and other partners to improve health outcomes, enhance productivity, and expand access to digital finance services. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her.
Thank you so much. Permit me to lean on the established protocol, and it's with great pleasure that I bring greetings from the Gates Foundation, and especially reflecting on the partnerships that we've had and continue to have with the international budget partnerships. Just like the Compress says, the focus and the vision of the Gates Foundation is for us to address inequalities, and expand opportunities that present positive outcomes in health. And the portfolio of health, I won't take you through it, it's quite huge, and economic outcomes. And we do that by stimulating in-depth researches to bring innovations that can help catalyze government or multilateral, bilateral efforts at scale. We believe that there is no time to lose in piloting, but that we should use these innovations at scale. Whether it's in maternal health, whether it's in immunization, whether it's in agri development, digital public infrastructure, our role is to support governments at different level, national, state, local government, to look at the pain points and offer these innovations at scale. Within that, we look at partnership is core, because those catalytic platforms can only come through partnerships like we're gathered today. And within that, we have partnered with IBP in the last 6 years, I would say. And we do partner right from the global level. IBP is a traditional partner of our development policy and financing division. And that partnership has also expanded to other program areas like primary health care. We are working through budget credibility at the last mile. The minister did say, and previous speakers did say, what is the bottom line? The bottom line of the budget is to affect lives and to ensure voices right from the ground level is integrated into shaping that. Is like follow the money, start with the money, design the money, and make the money work for you. We're excited through the SPARC. I think Olayinka has let you know what SPARC is. Through the SPARC project that we are supporting, that we are seeing gender lens well integrated. Our desire is to see that much more. Also to let you know that we partnered on the Nigerian for Women project. It's actually our money through the World Bank. And to see that we use multi-channel, multi-approaches. I'm excited about the lens of coalitions of partners that are here today. One of our vision is to continue to expand the tent of advocates, and that's through deeper coalition building, because no one person can do it all. But we'll be able to integrate the niches of all CSOs, of all partners, also ensuring that we do have intergenerational intention within these coalitions. And I'm bringing that out clearly because if we want to do business unusual, we need new voices, and these voices must be across the generation. Whereas the older, experienced hand will be like advisors and be behind the scene. We begin to project the voices of the new generation who would actually be impacted with the design of our budget expenditures. We do know that thank God for more transparent opportunities to engage. Innovative way to engage, as to the nuances of every community and every experiences. I want to appreciate this learning opportunity as we deep dive into what IBP's new strategy is so that we continue to partner. And I do hope that this will bring new champions, new members in the coalition. I'm emphasizing that, and new unusual approaches. I wish IBP a successful outing and do wait to socialize with the new strategy. Thank you.
Here's another round of applause for something she said. She said, follow the money, find the money, design the money, and let the money work for you. And we shall follow the money, ma'am. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Very key words. All right, so we move to our next goodwill message. This would be an audio visual. It's been recorded, less than 3 minutes, but we'll be having that goodwill message by Gladys Onyango. She's the Associate Director, Africa at Coal Impact. Africa at Coal Impact brings together local change makers and philanthropists from around the world to make health, education, economic systems stronger and even more inclusive. And this creates lasting impacts, and this is what we like to see. The commitment to advancing gender equality and women's leadership is central to this goal. And by focusing on the systems, they work at the scale of the problem, dismantling the biases, the root causes of inequality, and the disadvantaged hundreds of millions of women and girls, especially the marginalized communities. And IBP is a proud partner of Coal Impact. So ladies and gentlemen, just a few minutes to listen to her goodwill, and we will take it from there. Thank you.
Greetings to you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join this important event virtually. I want to start by acknowledging His Excellency Mr. Svein Beyer, Ambassador of Norway in Nigeria, Dr. Odeko, Senior Officer with the Gates Foundation Office in Nigeria, and of course Yinka Babalola, IBP Nigeria Country Office. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much. All protocol observed. As you heard in the introduction about Co-Impact, we bring together local change makers and philanthropists to make education, health, and economic systems stronger and more inclusive. Our pooled funding and expertise allows us to provide large-scale, flexible grants and optimize funding. Together, we aim to deploy over $1 billion by 2030 to contribute to a world where people live more fulfilled lives. We believe gender equality is really central to this goal. Women's power and agency at all levels is really critical, according to Co-Impact, and this is at all levels, from households to community to government. Research shows that equitable systems can't be achieved without gender equality, and that gender equality can't exist without women having the voice, power, and agency within systems. This important work can only be done by locally rooted initiatives like IBP Nigeria that are curious, that are learning oriented, and that are led by Nigerians with skin in the game. Nigerians who are proximate to the issues, who have a lived connection, a vested interest, and staying power to see the work through. So we're really pleased as Co-Impact to support the strategy that's about to be launched by IBP Nigeria. We are looking forward to witnessing how through the new strategy, IBP Nigeria contributes to transforming service delivery systems to work for all, especially women in rural and marginalized communities, from that smallholder woman farmer who's responsible for feeding millions of Nigerians but is earning less than $2 a day, to making maternal health possible for the expectant mother who faces significant risks during pregnancy due to inadequate access to primary health care. To IBP Nigeria, we are with you as you embark on this journey, And we can't wait to see the amazing transformation that your work will make possible. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Well said. Please, another round of applause. I'm sure she will get to hear it. I'll send her the messaging. And something she said as well is to look forward to the service delivery systems work for all, especially for women in communities, women with disabilities in those communities. Thank you so much. And that was well put together. And congratulations to IBB. She says she's looking forward to all the amazing things that will be unveiled in this presentation. All right, so let's go to our next conversation here. Perhaps it will be played for us as well. It's an audio visual. The IBP Global Strategy, which was put together by the IBP Comms Department. Please, a round of applause as we take a look.
Today is an important day as I walk to the ballot box. I feel lucky to have candidates with a proven record of delivering for my community. Public goods and services in my neighborhood have vastly improved. Our clinic now has the necessary equipment, and with more staff, wait times have decreased. I was able to safely deliver my daughter without traveling far for care. My family also renovated our home to meet our growing family's needs. I no longer need to fetch clean water thanks to the new bathroom and pipes. With more time, I have started growing drought-resistant crops that provide extra income. But it wasn't always like this. Years ago, clinics were broken down with no repair funds or qualified staff. Accessing clean sanitation was a daily challenge. That's when my neighbors and I realized we had the power to drive change. We organized and began advocating for better public services. We gathered people who cared, committed government officials, honest suppliers, hardworking nurses. Day by day, we grew and formed a coalition. The National Audit Office began working with us to make sure there was better accountability in the use of public funds. We soon realized data was power. With local budget groups and global organizations like the International Budget Partnership, IBP, we collected information on our community's needs and how public funds were allocated. With IBP, we presented this data to key officials who saw how this community-generated information filled important gaps and started making decisions based on our findings. Empowered by our evidence, we showed up at town halls and legislative sessions. Officials saw we weren't just bringing concerns, we had solutions. Soon we became regulars at meetings about how to raise and spend public funds. We spread our message through a campaign across the country. With IBP's support, we carried our community's needs to a global stage, including the United Nations, World Bank, and IMF. Finally, the government took notice. They sought international collaboration to improve their capacities and accountability. Now, they publish more budget information to show how funds are raised, spent, and have open spaces for meaningful participation that directly impact communities like mine. No candidate can now run a successful campaign without showing a record of how they've delivered for communities. We know we must keep a watchful eye on the system, but with accountability built in, I'm hopeful for a brighter future.
Fantastic. I don't know what you saw there, but I saw a lot of messaging going there. And what can happen if equitable tax is made possible, and how communities can be driven by just having effective tax systems. Thank you so much, IBP, for that. That was an amazing, strategic communication that you just gave us. And the things I saw there, the three effective equitable tax usage, you will see that one, data is power, public pressure is an activator, community gatekeeping is essential, advocacy and strategic communication and campaign is also very important. And we can take this from Africa to the world, making accountability on taxation possible and make politics about the people. Please, another round of applause for that animation. Thank you so much. All right, having watched that, I think it is now very clear that we want to be thinking and talking and listening to Kachi Chukwu. Kachi Chukwu is a policy and strategy lead and he will be taking us through shifting public resources for equity. IBP Nigeria strategy is bringing us that. Please, a round of applause for Kachi.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on already established protocols. My name is Achichuku, and I'm here to present the IBP Nigeria strategy, shifting public resources for equity. Now, before I go into the strategy, I want us to take a look at this picture. Now, here in IBP, we have 3 different initiatives. We have the Spark initiative, which is the Strengthening Public Accountability for Research and Knowledge. We have the Budget Credibility, and then we have the Tax Equity. This might seem like 3 distinct initiatives, but they are really not. They're actually interwoven. Now I'm going to explain that. Imagine a situation. These are women who live in the communities, who barely have resources to cater for themselves, and then they go into farming. And with the little resources that they have, despite not having access to the necessary farm inputs, they're able to gather the little resources that they have. And when they're able to harvest from their farming, they go to the market to sell the produce, because they do not produce everything that they eat. So they have to sell to get some additional food items. On getting to the market, they still face another challenge, where they are being harassed by tax collectors and tax agents, where you have market women who barely make nothing, paying over 50 to 60% of their profits in tax. To make matters worse, these same women who produce 70% of the food that we eat do not still have access to basic maternal care. When they do visit the public health centers in the communities, they are forced to pay out of pocket. This is just a summary of how the 3 initiatives are actually connected. Now, to discuss each of these initiatives briefly. The SPARK project, which is the Strengthening Public Accountability for Research and Knowledge, has 3 major priorities. 1 is to empower marginalized communities to drive budget-focused reform campaigns. Secondly, is to identify bottlenecks in the PFM system, and of course, to address discrimination based on gender and identity markers. For clarity, in terms of identity markers, we speak a lot about gender, but gender in itself is not enough. Different women have different experiences. The experience of a disabled woman isn't the same with someone who isn't. And even in the disability, the types of disabilities also affects the types of services women have access to when they visit the clinics. Now let's look at the general context and challenges. We understand that resources are scarce. So it's funny while we wonder why, even with the scarce resources, how come the people who need these resources the most do not have access to them? Right? Under the SPARK program, we have 2 entry points. We have the agric entry point, and we have the maternal primary health care entry point. On the agric entry point, we are looking at supporting smallholder women farmers to help them gain access to inputs, fertilizers that they need to produce the food you and I eat. Women farmers produce 90% of Nigeria's food, yet none of them make up to $2 a day. There's issue of land ownership. Due to cultural practices, religious practices, which is still in place till date, women do not own land, which makes it difficult for them to actually have, it makes it difficult for them to actually farm. Because even in instances where certain farm inputs are shared by the government, because they do not have access to land, it also makes it difficult for them to actually access those resources and to utilize them. For the maternal primary health care, we're looking at the maternal health care at the primary health care in local government communities, in the underserved communities. A lot of us are a bit lucky and privileged to be able to access private care, but it's unfortunate that most of the women do not have access to basic care in the PHCs. As part of our strategy, we are going to be looking at the system of today. What it simply means is what is currently existing today. And then after that, we're going to look at what our vision is. And after that, we'll look at the approaches. How are we going to achieve these visions? Currently, there isn't any direct budget for the smallholder women farmers. Yes, in some of the budgets, you could have certain items under the Ministry of Agri or others, which have been maybe put, or maybe titled gender, but there isn't any for smallholder farmers. But there isn't any specific budget line item for smallholder women farmers, which makes it difficult that even when certain inputs have been sent to those communities, the usual excuse that is always given is that there isn't any data or data that actually gives the number of women farmers that exist in such communities. So there isn't any direct budget for smallholder women farmers. In cases where there are even releases or appropriations for women farmers or for smallholder farmers in the budget, there's also delays in actually accessing these funds. And as you are aware, extension workers in Nigeria, the ratio is pretty poor. We have a ratio of 1 extension worker to 10,000 farmers. That's pretty impossible, particularly for the women who need to learn how to farm to produce much of what we need to eat. And then finally, the smallholder women farmers also lack representation in policy decisions. They are not carried along. You can't make decisions for smallholder women farmers without smallholder women farmers in the room. For the maternal primary healthcare delivery system, as of today, some of the major issues are delays in the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. The Basic Healthcare Provision Fund is a fund where you have the federal government and the state governments contribute funds to cater for primary healthcare centers. As it is today, most states are still not able to meet up their 25% counterpart funding. This makes it really difficult because can you imagine these funds are supposed to be received quarterly, 4 times a year, and you have PHCs going 2 years, 3 years without receiving any of those funds. Now imagine, how do they cope? This is why you have a lot of people paying out of pocket in the PHCs. And then, of course, we have fragmented coordination between the different levels of government. There isn't any coordination between what the federal government is doing with what the state government is doing, with what the local government is doing. Nobody is able to tell, even when interventions are coming to the federal, down to the community, most of the time the state governments themselves are not even aware. And then finally, you have the gaps between the approved budgets and the actual disbursements. I don't normally get excited when I see certain amounts have been budgeted for health, or for agri, or for education. What I wait for are the actual releases. And it might also interest you to know that sometimes when you see the budget expenditure reports and you see certain agencies meeting up to 80%, 90%, dig deeper. Most of the time, the items you're seeing there are not necessarily services, but you can see things like travels, conferences, international visits. Now, looking at the systemic issues across these 2 entry points, we have identified chronic underfunding, delayed disbursement of funds, and weak budget execution. Poor coordination between government levels and weak accountability systems, gender inequities limiting women's participation, and of course, the lack of data and gender disaggregated data to inform planning. Now, the second initiative, which is the Budget Credibility Initiative. The Budget Credibility Initiative is a program that actually provides evidence for SPAC. Now, what is budget credibility? Budget credibility is you approve 100 million for the Ministry of Health, And then at the end of the year, you have only 10 million actually executed. Budget credibility looks at actually seeing the expenses versus the approved. And budget credibility supports the SPARK program by giving it evidence to actually inform its advocacy. That's what the budget credibility program does. And the budget credibility has a supporting tool, which is the Open Budget Survey, which some of us might be aware of, which is a biannual survey conducted by the International Budget Partnership, which looks at assessing three things: transparency, public participation, and oversight practices of various countries' budgets, including Nigeria. If you want to look at some of the Nigeria's performance in a couple of years, in the last 4 or 5 years, you could visit our website to get some of those information. Now, the third initiative, which is the tax equity initiative. Nigeria already, which is something that has been said here since this morning, already has a very unfair tax system. So imagine these same women that I spoke about earlier in the morning visiting the market and are being burdened with tax that they cannot afford. Now, tax equity is looking at how do we get those resources? To what extent do these people who pay the most of these taxes contribute in decisions around what the tax is actually going to be used for? As of today, we have overlapping tax authorities. There are about 38 federal, state agencies, and 774 committees who are overseeing tax. This alone creates a lot of confusion because just one person in the informal sector is paying tax to different tax agents, some of which are even illegal. But you're unable to track them because there's very little or no information about where this money actually goes. There isn't any coordination amongst all the tax agencies. There is more of competition, right? The state tax agencies are doing something different, the federal is doing something different, whereas they should be coordinating. Then, of course, you have exclusion in decision making. The people who pay the most tax do not even have a say in how these taxes are collected and what should be used for. And there are also very little or no data in terms of gender distributed data of the formal end sector, which actually hides the actual realities of who is paying and who is benefiting. Now, the system of the future. What are we looking for? We're looking for fair contributions. We want all taxpayers, including high net worth individuals and corporations, to pay their share. Isn't the burden on those who are least able to pay? We want equitable informal sector taxation. We want transparent incentives. We want a balanced tax structure. We want an inclusive governance and a strong accountability system in Nigeria's tax. Now, some might be wondering, how does our strategy also unlock untapped resources and advance domestic resource mobilization? The minister did mention about private capital, right? So it seems there's a lot of focus on the informal sector in collecting tax. What we need to do, which is what the strategy is exactly addressing, is sharing aid and over-reliance on external funding. The first thing is fixing the domestic revenue system such that it's equitable and ensures fair contributions, particularly without overburdening women traders who have to push so hard to be able to pay these taxes. Secondly is reducing the revenue leakage. The third is to support reforms that make informal sector taxation fairer and clearer and gender responsive. The fourth is to build a community-led data of unfair taxes, which feeds into advocacy for progressive tax reforms. And finally, using tax equity to work directly to fund better services such as the maternal health care and the agriculture. Now let's discuss what actually makes our strategy different. The regular or the traditional PFM approach pays a lot of attention on the rules and technical improvements, which are great. We're not there before. There was a time where we couldn't even get access to budgets. There were times we didn't have, budgets were not published on time. Now we are there. But guess what? we want more. We're going beyond just publishing, just beyond the transparency component of it, but actually focusing now on power, incentives, mindsets, and structures. What does that mean? It simply means, one, who decides where funds goes to? Who decides how funds are generated? What are the mindsets behind where these funds are actually allocated? Are we paying attention just on the urban areas and forgetting the underrepresented in the communities? Now, what are the structures in place to actually ensure that these resources flow to those who actually need them? The traditional PFM treats revenue and expenditure as two different items, but our strategy connects them, like I did in the beginning, connecting the tax and the early spending, ensuring that there is equity on both sides. The traditional PFM approach looks at top-down reforms. Our strategy is looking at bottom-up, enabling grassroots accountability movements shaping resource decisions. The traditional PFM approach is interested in technocratic participation, for us to go to the National Assembly, listen to budget hearings, all of that. But now, this strategy is going beyond that by strengthening the bargaining powers of women groups to ensure that even before the hearing, their actual contributions and needs are actually imbibed inside the budget. And incremental service improvement is something that is traditional to the PFM approach. We come up and they tell us, oh, 320 PHCs have been renovated, all good and great. But this isn't sustainable. That is not systems change. Now we're looking at structural reforms targeting policy change. It goes beyond the individuals. That you have a certain person occupying an office today and ensures that certain things are done. The moment he or she leaves the office, everything goes back to square one. So we're not building individuals, but ensuring that we're building actual institutions. Now, finally, what makes our strategy transformative? I did mention earlier that we are moving away from the technical and budget reforms. While that is great, now we want to actually, we're more interested now in how is this money raised? How is it allocated? How is it spent? And when we figure that out, is it equitable? We're putting equity at the center of this resource mobilization. Secondly, we're putting women and other marginalized communities at the center of the conversation. I think we've gone beyond looking at communities as bare beneficiaries. They're not beneficiaries. We should start making them actual co-creators, making them advocates in decision spaces. It's not enough to sit back in our comfortable offices and make decisions on their behalf. If we are taxing them, we might as well get their inputs into what they actually need in their various communities. Not only that, but also make them watchdogs of the implementation. Now, our strategy is also transformative because it's going beyond the regular PFM process, but looking at who holds the power, who benefits, and how systemic inequities are reproduced. Why do we keep having the same disadvantaged groups year in, year out, complaining about the same thing year in, year out? At the core of our strategy is what we call the strategic accompaniment. This is the engine that is actually driving the shift from theory into reality building. What it simply means is we are strategically accompanying grassroots community organizations, like the women in the pictures, who these are their actual needs, by enabling them, giving them the right tools for them to actually bargain and make decisions on their own, for their own purpose, right? And also provide access to spaces for them to also contribute to policy decisions that affect them. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause. That was a lecture. Do you agree with me? Very, very insightful, very detailed. In fact, I think for once I thought I was in a master class on tax literacy. I think that it will be very interesting for us to have feedback at this point, questions from, people that are here, representations and partners, because some of the things he said are things that are already being activated. Some are in the process and some have been experimented, and some perhaps we maybe just be hearing it for the first time in this room. So it will be great for us to have feedback from you and questions as well. But some of the things he said, and one that stood out for me is the fact that the women have to become co-creators and to have a say on how these policies are formed and developed, where the money is going, who has the power of distribution and also production. So if I can have one or two questions and maybe comments as well. Okay, I see a gentleman on the far left. Please, somebody. Okay, thank you very much. Please introduce yourself, perhaps your comment or your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. I'm Bashar Jibril. I work with NHIA, formerly NHIS. I just want to make some comment with regards to the second component as it relates to primary healthcare access and utilization. I saw some of the challenges, especially as it relates to basic healthcare provision fund. Just like any other sector, we are aware of budget release delays and what have you. But for 3 years, facilities not accessing basic healthcare provision funds is a new knowledge to us. Just the last quarter, we made a disbursement to states and facilities. And over the time, for those that know, we know that there are about 4 gateways for the basic healthcare provision funds. A lot of resources have gone to the facilities, but 3 years without disbursement is a new knowledge to us at NHI. The issue of poor coordination of basic healthcare provision funds is also a new knowledge to us, because we have a lot of governance structure at national, at subnational, at facility level. We have the MOC, Ministerial Oversight Committee. We have the gateway coordinating meetings. We have the state oversight committee meetings. We have the facility development committee meetings. All these are put in place to check those issues with regards to governance, coordination, integration, and what have you. Recently, the Office of Accountant General of the Federation conducted a system-wide analysis and assessment of the basic healthcare provision funds. Some of the challenges we would have loved to see are some of those issues that were raised by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Issues around capacity. Most of the implementation sites at the local government level, the primary healthcare facilities, capacity is not in its best. So we'll have loved to hear issues around capacity and to what extent IBP has supported those LGS and facilities in capacity building. Another issue is financial resource management. Most of the in-charges utilizing those disbursed funds have no training, formal training, so to say, on financial resource management. They are health workers. And in the last 2 years, we've made, through our own gateway, we have made disbursement in excess of 2.
All right. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Kachi, I think it'll be good for you to respond to this because he's spoken about governance, coordination, and integration. And I hear collaboration, gaps there as well.
So probably we can take it more.
Okay. Okay, would want to respond to that? All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Please.
I'm Dr. E. Ogunshola. I'm the Executive Secretary of Ogun State Primary Care Board. Let me thank IBP for this brilliant presentation and for coming to the state to gather all this information. Number one, if these are their findings, I want to thank you for coming around. The time this information was captured, various states were at different stages of implementation of basic healthcare provision fund. So I want to say this is true. So it depends on the stage those states are. All of us did not start basic healthcare provision fund at the same time. So there is no falsehood in this. But as we speak, with the feedback and the constant monitoring for my state, is JDPC that implements your strategies. Putting us on our feet, majority of the health facility are receiving constant funding from basic healthcare provision. If there is a facility that have not received basic healthcare provision fund for 3 years, there are procedures. Probably the facility did not meet up with the criteria, and that's why that facility is not funded. For us in Ogun State, there are 2 facilities that have not been funded, and it's because we don't have government facility in that ward. And once that is not ready, we will not fund it. And their fund is in remitter, is in central bank. Also, there are structures at the national, state, and the local government level coordinating it. I want to suggest that they need to be strengthened. They're existing, they need to be strengthened, we need to do more. Lastly, on the issue of capacity, as mentioned it, there is great accountability. The Office of Accountant General of the Federation and of General, they move around. In fact, last year, a lot of hell rolled. And of course, everybody is sitting up. And we want to thank IBP because blowing the whistle at this side is making everybody to be on their toes. My advice on the agricultural aspect, I would like IBP to please work with the nutrition department of the Federal Ministry of Health. They have something that they are coming up to do like a challenge with the World Development Committee on homegrown feeding, planting, encouraging World Development Committee to plant, invest in agriculture, and majority of our people at that committee too are women. Collaborating with them will further strengthen your agricultural aspect. NHIA, I totally agree with you. You are disbursing money. Both MPCD and NHIA are disbursing money to states, and we are spending it very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, please.
Thank you to IBP for shaking the table. My name is Foluke Ademoko. I'm the Chair National Advocacy Committee of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, ANWBN. I just want to clarify, when he was making his presentation, he spoke about the inability of the states to meet, their counterpart, funding. This is important, particularly when we see, the reforms that, at least proposal, for reform, particularly on VAT, that the states, will be getting, more from it. I would want to hear more about that so that, as women, we don't, fall from fry pan to the fire. Because right now, we are saying the federal government is not doing enough when it comes to benefit for women. So if the states are not meeting their obligation and they are asking for more money from the center, what happens? Thank you.
Can someone take the microphone to her, please? Thank you. Be in front first, and then the one at the back.
All right, mine is not a question, but just appreciate IBP on their strategy, system of looking at system of today and system of the future. Looking at one of the initiatives, tax equity. Yeah, for us it's a good thing and it's something we are going to take moving forward in my state at the subnational level, Anambra State precisely. Because in my state, when you talk about gender and taxation, looking at the informal sector setting, we have men, almost men as chairman of all the major markets. And Kachi made mention of something with respect to decisions. Some of them are not where decisions are taken. I ask myself, how can women contribute in decisions that affect them when they are not in the space as chairman of the market or as a school member in that market? So for us, it's something we are taking seriously Because when the minister was making his good message, he made mention that women are more organized. When it comes to revenue compliance, they are always there to make sure that they contribute as at when do they pay as at the appropriate quarters. So you see that women are better organized. When you get them organized, they will contribute to the development with respect to IGR generation, levy rates, and fine. So we need to invest more. So based on what Kachi just presented, we are taking it forward in my state to make sure that women are there where decisions are being taken. Their voices are not just heard, but be seen, felt, and also seen at the table. So that's one thing we are taking up. Then on Spark initiative, he made mention of system of the future, that they are now looking at the mindset. What informs this? In fact, during that line item, I just whispered. I just told her that you are the right person to be in this platform. Thank God we have you. The space is already safe, right? But we need to be intentional about it. The needs of the people being implemented in our state and needs of the people are captured.
Thank you.
Then again, with basic healthcare provision fund, that's the last one. So he made mention that in some places, some wards don't access funding. Yes, I think with the support we are receiving from IBP, we are pushing, and Anambra State is working so hard to access their fund as at when due. So right now, we are clamoring for that basic healthcare provision with respect to 2.0. So that's the level where we are now. So we are going to take the approach moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for them. And please, can you make your questions or comments very short, at least 1 minute per person?
Thank you very much. My name is Bosede Ikanoba from the SWIT, that's the Society of Women in Taxation. Further to what my sister has said, I want to say that we will continue to advocate until we get the issues resolved. And that has to do with what you said, that women have to be co-creators, that there's a need to bring the women on board to the table to discuss. But the real issue is this. These same women don't want to talk about the issues they have. Some of them would rather talk to their husbands. I'm not saying it's wrong to talk to your husband, but they have issues. They don't want to talk about it. So how best can we get them to talk before they come to the table? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Far left. Professor Eze Onyekwere, please.
Well, listening attentively to the strategy, but something seemed missing. I did not hear anything that addresses the issue of political will. And I can say with the greatest respect that the challenges, for instance, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund and the issue of the right to health is not about laws and policies. It's the absence of the political will. The Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, if you look at the fiscal space analysis, what is being provided is not up to 50% of the needs that the government has identified. States are deliberately refusing to pay their 25% counterpart funding. And the law says you shall not benefit until you pay. But operators of the system have ignored the mandatory word shall, and states that are not paying are being given access. Now, in most states of the Federation, they've enacted laws which also provided for equity funds to fund the needs of the vulnerable. But I know as a fact from budget analysis that less than 3 or 4 states have put that money down, which is like 1% of their consolidated revenue fund. They are not even putting down the money in their states. NHIA, wonderful you are here. For the past 2.5 to 3 years, health insurance has been made compulsory and mandatory in Nigeria. And as a matter of fact, your last year's launched operating manual, and you have a new ES, you threw it overboard. He threw overboard what he made, and he has not offered any new solution. NHIA has not taken any step to implement that compulsory and mandatory health insurance scheme, which on its own could raise an additional $3 to $4 trillion naira every year for the right to health. So in essence, as we are strategizing, what can shift that needle of the political will? What we have is sheer tokenism. The leaders are actually not ready. When they are ready, we shall move. And the followers they are just like, let's follow. They are not making any serious efforts because we can't continue this joke of making something compulsory and not a needle is shifting in that direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Habib Abubakar from Federation of Muslim Women Association. I will thank IDB for this program because we appreciate it. But my own question is to the primary health care. Because in my state, some of the funds were not being given at the right time. And as he says, some of the staffs are not qualified. But we are happy to say that in this intervention of IBP, 12 health facilities, we are able to upgrade their standard of system in the operating of respecting the funds. But what happens is that sometimes the funds are given to them and they will say they should not spend it. They should wait until they get directed. And the funds are not given as and when due. That's my question.
All right, please, the last question. The lady just behind. Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Hawakul Abdullahi from Form 1 Niger. In addition to the issue of the BSc funds, I know that my state, that's Niger State, as at 2003, they were not given any fund throughout, except in 2004 when they started gating. And then the issue is sometimes even when they are given, they have to wait for directives to start, spending. Another issue I want to raise is the issue of taxes being collected from different units of people standing by the roadsides, collecting taxes from especially our women who bring their produce to the markets. The transportation that brings the goods to the market is very high. And reaching to the market, before even reaching to the market, the vehicles are stopped by the way with different units of tax collectors, different people collecting different taxes. So one wonders, what are these taxes for? That's, make the product produced in the markets to be too expensive because they have to cover all the transportation costs that comes to the issue of fuel subsidy that made transportation costs very high. Then the taxes being collected by different units of people wearing different category of uniform, belonging to different organizations as tax collectors. This confuses one. So we hope during this session we'll be able to get clarifications. Thank you.
You standing? Okay. I think, please, that's the last because, Kachi, I'm sure you're having question overload. Quickly, please. No, the lady behind, please. Thank you. Very quickly.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Chika Oko. I'm the Senior Program Officer, Tax Equity for IBP. I just felt I needed to say something. Sorry, let me remove my face mask. So I felt I needed to say something, especially with the last comment. When she mentioned lots of taxes, I'm sure that tax authorities, our partners from government, they'll be saying in their mind, it's not taxes now. Why are you calling it tax? They are not paying taxes. So we just wanted to add a bit of clarity now and a kind of clarification in this engagement with partners on tax issues. Whenever we talk about women paying lots of taxes, we're actually referring to burden of payments that they bear. As far as a woman or a taxpayer is concerned, money is leaving their pocket, and is going somewhere. Now, government at the other end is defining it and telling us this is not tax. The woman doesn't know what you define as tax. So what the woman knows is the money that is leaving her pocket. So what she's bearing is a burden of payment. And you'll be hearing that constantly in this engagement, in this event. So when she says we are paying so much taxes, what she's referring to is a whole lot of payments that they make, whether it is road taxes, whether it is any kind of fees or fines to different stakeholders and actors, government and non-government, whether on the way to transport their goods in the market, wherever. So we need to bear this in mind. We are referring to the burden of payments that they bear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for everybody who has shared, asked questions, or made comments. So, Kachi, if we can have some feedback from you, perhaps some responses to the questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Please come forward, please. Thank you.
That's all right. Okay. Thank you. Just to respond to some of the questions, I think IBP had supported the partners across the states, the 5 states we are currently working in, to actually train the WDCs, the OICs, across literally almost all the PHCs in the states. So in terms of technical support, we are actually doing that optimally in partnership with the state's primary healthcare development agencies, in partnership with the state health insurance agencies. Now, there was another question around health insurance and how the health insurance is not as active as it should be. In my presentation, I did mention lack of coordination. Across the various states, you have different insurance schemes. Different administrations come in, they start their own different insurance scheme. And the question I always ask is, there isn't any continuity. So once you have a new administration, they give it a new name, and then they start their own insurance scheme. So until we're able to have a coordination between what's happening at the federal level, down to the states, to the local government, considering now that local government authorities now are also receiving their own direct funding. So it's also something that needs to be strengthened. There is a question around why women are not speaking. If you also recall in the strategy, we highlighted a lot around mindset shift. There's a lot that has to do with the behavior. There's a lot that has to do with culture. There's a lot that has to do with norms. The only way most women are able to connect, I mean, we have instances where women need to take permissions from their husbands to visit clinics. These are happening, right? So this to show you how deep this orientation is. So there needs to be a mindset shift, which has to start with people understanding the value of actually what they can do, the value of bargaining power, and how their voices can actually make a difference. That's what I would at least want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if that suffices, and I think for now, because we definitely will be having panel conversations to sort of illuminate some of these areas, just as mentioned earlier. And I think that will be later, but for now, I think it's time for us to just stretch our legs a little, go for our tea break, network, and then be back at least in less than 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Tea break, please. All right, so now that I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome back from your tea break. Hope that you had the time to use a restroom, exercise your legs, have coffee, tea, a glass of water, just something to shake it off from the first segment of the morning. As we're going to the next segment, we're going to be looking at some conversations before we go straight into the plenary. And we want to start by welcoming to the podium the 16th President of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, Samuel Olushola Ade Beluyi. He's here with us, MMI, FCTI. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, distinguished members sitting in this hall, I bring warm greetings from Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. I am happy to be in your midst this afternoon. The relationship between international budget partnership, the female wing of our institute has been a very rewarding and good one. And to this extent, we want to appreciate on behalf of the institute what IBP has done to make this relationship good. We all have a lot to gain once Nigeria is good. And like I normally like to say, many of us don't want to live outside this country. I don't want to jump to anywhere. I like the weather, I like the people, I like the culture. I've traveled around the country very well, and I know that Nigeria is a very beautiful country. So with this in mind, everything and anything that will make Nigeria great, as an institute and even individually, support. I've been asked to speak on gender and taxation in Nigeria, Nigerian informal economic sector. And I have had a lot of privileges to be in the midst of women, to speak from time to time. Precisely last week, Tuesday, we were in a hall in Ghana, Accra, Ghana, deliberating on this particular issue. And I think with the kind of advocacy that we're having across the globe, particularly in Nigeria, we're almost there. And I hope women will not make the men to start becoming envious very soon. Each time I'm on the road or at the airport, I pay attention to the very beautiful cars on the road. And I look at the occupants, they are women. So I don't know who bought the cars or the vehicles, but I could see women doing very well. And I'm happy when I look at the banking sector, the rate at which women are dislodging, I use the word dislodging intentionally, the men is shooting. And I wish that dislodgement will continue so that we have women on the driver's seat. In any case, if you have my kind of background, you won't be afraid of women leading you. If you have my kind of background, my worldview was shaped by my mom. And kudos to my dad, who never deprived her of anything. My mom was a community leader, a very business-minded person. So I grew up. I got out of my house to start knowing that you can discriminate against women. I didn't experience it in my own immediate family. Kudos to my parents. Some of the things I hear as an adult still baffles me. How do you deny women the right to own property? I mean, what kind of thinking goes into that? Even with our little financial strength, my mom owned property. And it was not a debate in our family. So we look at the topic from the economic perspective, then we go into taxation. Because taxation is the derivative of the economy. Without economic activities, we can't talk of taxation. And to that extent, I want to look at what are those things that affect women in doing business, in doing well in business in Nigeria. And are they actually different from the men's experience, that is critical. If they are, then we need to look at them. And I've listened to a lot of people who spoke ahead of me, particularly the gentleman over there. He seems to have my kind of, I think we are on the same page on several aspects. So when he's speaking, he was making my day. I have seen women going through a lot of issues in the country. And so sometimes when we talk of the informal sector, most of the time we look at it from a small business. By virtue of a professional and somebody who is also in business in Nigeria, I know the informal sectors cannot be put within the small and micro business. There are a lot of large businesses in the country that are not within the formal bracket. If you want to doubt me, go to Kehari Market in Lagos, go to Agbeni in Ibadan, go to Ariara in Aba. There are a lot of, if you go to Computer Village, there are 10 by 10 rooms where businesses of billion naira are transacted in a week. But they have eaten themselves away from the system. So do we say, can we say of the truth that informal can only be restricted to micro and small? No. The benefit of informal sector is so enormous, and their contribution to our GDP is high to the extent that we can't continue to keep them informal. If you are familiar with developed countries, particularly if you are familiar, let's take our next door town, London. You get to London, sometimes I wonder whether you are in Lagos or you are in Abuja. It's almost similar in almost all the ramifications. And so we see a lot of neighborhood shops. They are small in every sense of it, but they are within the government radar. They are seen. Every activities they carry out is known to the government. So it is in the interest of Nigeria to bring these people within the net. And it is in the interest of Nigeria for everybody to pay their fair share of the taxes. So when we look at what are the issues mitigating against the well-being or the prosperity of women in business, they are almost similar to what the men are going through. Electricity is major one. So when there's light, everybody enjoys. There's no discrimination as to whether it is supplied to women-dominated area or men-dominated area. So we know we are all familiar with these issues that are mitigating against the well-being and, dare say, the progress of the country. But if we must take it, still talking about the economic activities and the hindrances for progress, if you look at the basic economic factors that were taught at GC or WAEC level, what are the factors of production? Look at land, look at labor, look at capital, and look at entrepreneurship. So how have the women fared in this area? How has the system treated the women? This is where we have the issues. I just talk about land. I can't imagine in my world how my wife will be deprived of landed property because she's a woman. She's not deprived of being hardworking. For whatever we care, she can work for 24 hours a day. But when it comes to acquisition of property, she's being restricted. I think this is crime against humanity. I can't see it differently from that. If you look at labor, they are always there. They are the ones doing this work, and actually, I think, alluded to that in his presentation. you look at the capital, where do you get the capital from? When a woman within the house wants to raise capital for business, she first of all needs to talk to the husband. The husband needs to give go ahead. Otherwise, the wife is misbehaving in the home front. This is not right. I don't think any sane society should support this, because as long as we keep on flying with one wing, we are not going to get to our full potential. So to that extent, why would you need, possibly if the woman is going to a business that is also of interest to the man, marriage notwithstanding, then seeking the husband's consent before she could raise capital, it's already a dead end for her. And of course, in raising funds, the best place to start is within your family before you move out to the bank because of the complication. Now, if you have difficulties in raising funds, even from the family front, you move to the bank. Then the next question is collateral security. Now you've been naturally denied the access of having capital, which is about the first you can get. So where does she go from here? She's a victim of whatever she has never contributed for. So I think we need to move, and we need to move very fast in this area, whereby, because when you allow the women to thrive, who loses? Your wife is doing very well, so how does it deny you your own prosperity? This is key. It's too deep. It's too traditional. And each time I get this news, there are some places you get into the country and you wonder what is going on. So I am happy and I celebrate my background. I never knew things like this happen until I became 14, 15. My background never lay evidence to this. Now, there was a speaker who spoke about the various type of taxes men are meant to pay. Now, let me make this, because we must speak to the part as a professional. We need to differentiate between levies and taxes. That is important. If I live in my house or in my factory and I generate waste, and I call the waste disposal agent to come and pack that on my behalf, they give me a bill of 5,000 in the month. That's not taxes, because there is a service that is being rendered to me that I'm making payment for. So we have a lot of that kind of taxes, or levies rather, within the system that we wrongly classify as taxes. They are not. You are just paying for the services being rendered to you. But beyond that, can we say the numerous payments we make to the non-state actors, can we say they are taxes? I doubt if anybody can defend that. So if they are not levies, what are they? If they are not taxes, what are they? And so there has been a lot of practices that has held us down as a country. And so, speaking professionally, I want to appreciate the current president, or let me start with immediate past president of the country. We've been on this journey that has just led to the Presidential Committee on Tax Reform. CIT has been at the forefront for ages. So, specifically in 2019, we met President Buhari and we gave him the charter of demand, stating almost everything that is embedded in this current Presidential Committee's job. That Nigeria cannot go ahead this way. President Buhari could not achieve everything we demanded from him, but give it to him. He listened to us and he started he commenced the issue of Finance Act. And so Finance Act is to, bring some level of sanity to the tax space. kudos to him, he listened, and that helped a lot. Some of the obsolete laws that we had in the country, he made a lot of corrections about those practices through the Finance Act ban issue during his tenure. Fast forward to President Tinubu. In 2023, immediately he came on board, he expressed his displeasure about the unwieldy tax base in the country. And to that extent, he set up the Presidential Committee. We in CITM, a lot of members of that committee are members of CITM. And we are practical. I don't belong to APC, neither am I in PDP. But I want Nigeria to be good. And I know many of us here want Nigeria to be good. That Presidential Committee has done a lot of work. And my prayer is that if that is the only thing that this current government can achieve, may God let it be. Because it stands to correct a lot of anomalies within the tax space. Not only within the tax space, even the ease of doing business. And so with 65 different types of taxes, 75 depending on which state you are in, the government is looking at reducing, codifying everything within 9 different types of taxes. Once we have this, there will be certainty, because in tax administration and practice, you need certainty. Taxation is law. It is not a discretionary matter. It is what the law says. So if the law says company income tax is 30%, you can't do 29, neither can you do 31. It is what the law says. So what is going on right now in the National Assembly is about to bring some level of certainty. But no law, no matter how good they are, will fix the problem of the country without the political will. And I think somebody mentioned that in this morning. Without the right attitude and the political will of our leaders, we go nowhere. And I'll give an example. Most of the problem we have concerning tax administration in the country has to do with the non-state actors. And so when the bills, the economic stabilization bill, everything, the 4 bills under that, whatever, everything is passed, and the federal government, the president, signs. Will those things make Nigeria great on their own? No. We need political will of the government to do the right thing so that there could be sanity, the desired sanity. And how do I mean? Most or some of the governors, in the process of their electioneering campaign, they have big people sponsor them into office. So when they get to the office, they tell them, go to this side of the state, go and make money so that you recoup whatever you have spent. Some other individual will go to them and say, okay, you'll be collecting 5 million before now, but we believe you can collect 10 million, so take the 10 million. Give us the liberty to go and collect money. How they collect that money is no longer the business of these people. And so they are, somebody who has deposited 10 million wants to make 20 million. And to that extent, you see all manners of practices in the country. So as a roundup, we need to do, in fact, the job has just started. We need to do a lot about taking the government to account. CITN is ready to partner with your outfit in this area of advocacy. Without the governor, and the problem of the non-state actors are more in the state and the local government. We have most of the time over-concentrated our attention on the federal. We need to do so, no problem about that. We need value for money, we need a lot of things. The Minister for Budget said certain things this morning. But the truth is that how much are we paying for a kilometer of road? Are we getting value for it? Lagos-Ibadan expressway that was done with a lot of inconvenience to the people for about 10, 12 years. If you drive on that road now, you have places that is undulating. And we were told that road will last for 30 years. Just within 2-3 years of completion of some part of the road is bad. And nobody is calling Julius Berger to account for what they have done. So we need a lot of advocacy to ensure that the practices of taxation is made better and people account for whatever they have collected. Once we do this, every other thing that seems to be peculiar to the women will be taken care of. Nigerian women may be much more than some other women in the world. They have the ability, they can do a lot. I learned cooperative model at about age 12, 13, when my mom dragged me to their cooperative society, and I was keeping records for them. So it is not a new thing. And so I never saw that from my father. So it means that this energy, this strength, this characteristic, and quality, whatever name you want to call it, are embedded in an average Nigerian women. So I see Nigerian women thriving, but we must all take our leaders responsible. I asked my sister there, Inka, I said the briefing, ministerial briefing going on, I hope you are invited so that you can scrutinize, not just a minister coming to talk to us and give us ABC. Can we have the access to ask questions? You have spent 50 billion on what, where? So Nigerian women, I don't see problem in paying the right taxes when we are supposed to pay, provided the social contract are fulfilled. And once that is done, we will all be good. I strongly recommend, in the aspect of our indirect tax, particularly VAT, that some materials that are essential for women that they must pay every month, that the men will not need to pay, like sanitary wares, should be part of the exempted item, so that you can give everybody level playing field. When a woman budgets 10,000 for these materials in a month, and the man does not budget that, then you are giving the men excess advantage. After all, before now, the law of personal income tax was giving alimony allowance to men. That has been eradicated. What are you giving to the women to compensate for the job they do, don't pay for? The maternity, the nursing period, and other things they do that we value, but we don't place monetary value on. We need to talk about this, and the time for that discussion has just begun. Thank you for listening to me. I need to say more. I will be exceeding the time allocated to me. And I can see my beautiful sister already eyeing me. God bless you. Have a great day.
Here's another round of applause for him. You know, he's the president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation, so he can keep us here the whole day, and we'll still enjoy listening to him. And just listening to you say that you were already presiding over your mom's coalition fund contribution shows how far back you started presiding. Please, a lot of us here would take a cue from that to start early. A round of applause for him, please. And one of the things you said was quite keen. You said tax equity is not a discriminatory right. It is for the well-being of the society. And you said no law, no matter how good, can fix itself without political will. So it goes back to, again, talking about political will. Thank you so much, Barrister Samuel Olushola Debuli, MMI, FCTI, 16th President of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Thank you. All right, I would like to call the IBBP comms to introduce the IBP Tax Equity Coalition. I think that's where we go, and it's a video. And if you're ready for that, please, if you can take that video shortly before we bring Mr. Tijani Ahmed forward. Thank you.
We have always known that within our tax system, we may not be having tax equity because people pay taxes and you cannot see what the money is being used for.
I believe that those that should be paying heavier taxes are not being taxed appropriately. I believe there are some laws or principles that have been in the tax system that needs to be overhauled. We hear of the kind of waivers they give certain organizations, certain industries, and we're wondering, these are the big boys and girls. We are giving them such waivers, and then you are taxing us heavily on it.
With meeting IBP, they brought Nigerian women there in business and other groups operating within the state together from a workshop. They did a problem analysis, asking us, what do we think is a problem? Multiple taxation was topmost on the list, so we decided to go to one of the major markets. We met with the market leaders and we started asking them to corroborate. They started talking. Some of us were very shocked that such issues were present in the market just under our noses, and we never knew about it. So that was the turning point in our engagement for me as a person operating within my state.
At the market women, we pay tax to Jalingo local government. We pay 700 yearly permit. Then every month, each shop is 500. They come to revenue. Then Monday, Fridays, 2 days, like outside like this, they pay 50 naira. All to local government. So far, there is nothing benefits in the tax we pay.
Tax administrators tell you tax is a technical matter. So they allowed little or no space for non-state actors to engage in it. But now we see spaces where civic actors get involved, they contribute to the discussion, and they are being consulted to bring to the table policy alternatives. So we've succeeded in getting the women involved and speaking for themselves. We see them now be aware of their tax obligations and their rights, and they stand up to it.
The experiences I've had with IBP has shown that it's important to be at the table with those that are in charge of those discussions so that they can hear our voices and they can shape policies.
Fantastic. Well done, IBP. Already we see that you're already creating that co-creation space where women's voice can also be heard. And that video was very informative. And if you agree with me, please a round of applause, because you heard it from the women themselves. And I think that one of the charges that I would also give all of us here is that as we also close down, when we close and go into our various ecosystem, we talk about what we've seen in this room and also educate people on what's going on. That there are strategies that are also being paneled out to be able to look at equity for women in taxation and also tax implementation. All right, I would like to call for the presentation of Gender and Taxation Study Findings, the lead research for Africa Center for Tax and Governance, Tijani Ahmed. If he's here in the room, please, if you can come to the stage. Thank you very much. A round of applause as he comes forward.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here today to present the findings of our research on gender analysis of taxation in Nigeria's informal economy, a subnational study. The study focuses on 3 states, which is Taraba, Cross River, and Kano states. So before going into our key findings, we need to understand that the tax policies in Nigeria is gender blind
And also we have a lot of challenges, such as the issue of flat tax rate and failure to address different experiences in tax collection, which create structural barriers to gender equality and undermine tax equity. However, despite the importance of gender equality in economic development, there are limited studies to understand the intersection between gender and taxation, specifically at the subnational level. So these are the motivations of this study. So the studies seek to understand the relationship between gender and taxation in the informal economy, specifically in the aforementioned state. So we have made some assumptions which underpin the studies. Number one, we have the issue of economic vulnerability, where women in the informal sector often have less access to financial resources and capital, making them more vulnerable to the impact of taxation. And secondly, we have the issue of income disparities, where women typically earn less than men in the informal sector, leading to different tax burden and economic consequences. And also we have the issue of work conditions, where women are faced with additional challenges, such as balancing work with unpaid domestic responsibilities, which can influence their ability to comply with the tax regulations. Lastly, we have access to services and information. These services include limited access to social security, healthcare, and other financial and economic services, which disproportionately affect women who rely on this for their family well-being. So these are the 4 assumptions that underpin the study. So the objectives of this study is to collect disaggregated data on the income, tax payment, and tax payment made by women and men in the informal sector. And secondly, to identify areas where the current tax system is not gender responsive, such as where tax laws or policies discriminate against women, or where the administrative burden of tax compliance falls disproportionately on women. And thirdly, to examine how social and cultural norms, as well as intersecting identities such as socioeconomic status, further compound the impact of tax policies on women. And lastly, assess how social and cultural norms such as the burden of unpaid care work influences women's capacity to meet tax compliance requirements and generate income. So the research used 4 instruments to collect data. First, we have reviewed literature, empirical studies that were conducted related to gender and taxation in Nigeria and beyond. And second, we distribute a questionnaire to taxpayers. Third, we conducted key informant interviews to the market leaders and the tax administrators. And lastly, we've also conducted focus group discussion, which comprises taxpayers in the informal sector. So this is the sample distribution, where we have 60% of the sample women, while 40% are men. The 60% of women from all the 3 states, and the 40% of men also from all the 3 states. So from Taraba, we have 91 women and 59 men, which is total 150 participants. Then from Cross River, we have 86 women and 64 men. And in Kano, we have 90 women and 60 men, which gave the total of 267 women and 183 men. And in the focus group discussion, we've conducted one focus group discussion for one group of women, which comprises 8 people in Taraba State, and another one group of men from the same Taraba State. And from Cross River, we have another one group of women and another group of men, and the same thing with Kano State. So for key informant interview, we interview one person from Taraba Internal Revenue Service, 2 market leaders, and 1 civil society organization. So the same thing with Cross River. But in Kano, we interviewed 1 person from Kano Internal Revenue Service, 3 market leaders, and 1 non-governmental organization representative. So this is the location from Taraba State, from 3 senatorial districts where we have Ardokola local government, Gasol, Jalingo, Wukari, and comprises about 25 market locations. Then Kano, Cross River also from 6 local government, which comprises about 13 market locations. Then Kano also from 10 local government, which comprises about 18 market locations across the 10 local government. So here is the finding, the key finding from Taraba State. The social demographic of the study respondent, we have 40% men and 60% women, as stated earlier. And we have 39% of the respondent are between 25 and 39 years. 37% of the respondents between 39, there's a mistake here, is between 39 and 50, and 40% is between 50 and above years. Then we have 41% Muslim and 58% Christian, while only 0.7 from practicing traditional religion. Then the marital status, we have 68% of the respondents are married. Out of this, 69% are women, while 66% are men. So it means the number of married men are higher than the number of married women from Taraba State. And the average house size is 7 members from the respondent. The respondents are grouped into 3 business sectors, where we have food sector, raw food sector, restaurant, service, and tailoring at the first group, where female dominated this group. And we know that female dominated the bottom of informal sector. And this is what this result is saying, that 73% of the respondents from this sector, which are at the bottom of the informal sector, are women, while only 24% are men. When you go further, you look at the building material, bookshop, and artisan, you find out that male dominated this sector with 24%, while female with only 10%. And other sector account for 11 and 8%. And this is saying that women are the majority at the bottom of the informal sector. Then the tax burden. Here, we ask about the number of days in a week that business people are not able to open their businesses. Men say 2 days. Women also say 2 days. So it's the same thing. Men and women are not opening average 2 days in a week. Then we also ask number of days in a week open business late. Men, they say 2 days, while women, they say 3 days. So if you look at it, women are not opening their shop early, or they are opening their shops late, 3 days in a week, while men is only 2 days. So we asked fathers how many hours spent on household responsibilities. Men said 4 hours, while women say 13 hours. So you see, women are spending 13 hours in a week to do household responsibility, while for men it's only 4 hours. Then we also asked the tax payment status, which is almost the same. Men, there's 98%, they said yes, they pay tax. Women also 98.5%, they say they pay tax. So they all pay tax. Then specific taxes, which comprises, and here when we say tax, we mean tax and other levies, not only tax. So there is Taraba Internal Revenue Service, there is local government, there is union, space rent, urban planning, market levy, signpost, among others. So we also asked the respondent reasons for not opening or for opening late. So these are the reasons. We have consistent health challenges where men account for 24% and women account for 15%. So these are health challenges other than pregnancy and other women-related health. So men, 24% of men say that this is what affects their opening or opening late. Then we have family reasons. When it comes to the issue of family reasons, not the issue of pregnancy or childcare, women said 26% of women said it affects their opening, while only 20% of men said it affects their opening. Then we have lack of finance, 19% of men and 11% of women. Then we have pregnancy. Of course, you know, pregnancy affects women more, which they have 12%, and only 10% for men as supporters of women when they are pregnant. Then we have participation in community meetings. We have 12% men and we have 10% women, which means that women are not carried along when it comes to the issue of community decision makings. Then we have the issue of market policies or rules, where we have 4% and 5%, and other reasons we have 21% and 8%. Then we ask about income, tax, and savings by the informal businesses in Taraba State. On income, the average income is 101 for women, meaning that men earn almost twice women earn. And we ask the expenses. The expenses of male is 47%, while that of women is 57%. So despite earning more, but men spend less when it comes to the issue of expenses. And this has to do with the issue of the marital status and also the issue of dependency. Normally in Taraba State or in most part of the northern Nigeria, women are left with kids when they're separated, in most cases. So this is what accounts for the high expenses in the informal sector. And if you look at the setting of the informal sector in our society, you find out that, as I said, the bottom, women are the majority at the bottom. And the issue of tax, the tax payment, they almost pay the same, even though female pay higher. They pay average of 2,668 in a month, while men, they pay average of 1,759. So probably because they hardly negotiate, they hardly resist. They are afraid of the tax collectors. So the next is the average tax paid by informal businesses in Taraba State, where we have state government tax, we have local government tax, and we have other tax. We go to next method of payment. 93% of the taxpayers say that they are paying by cash, while only 7% they are paying through POS or bank. And out of this, 63% of women, they said they pay their tax by cash, while only 37% of men are paying by cash. So here also women pay cash more than men. Then we have engagement with tax authority, tax administration, where we have grievance redress mechanism. Men say that 82% of men said that they are aware about it, while 97% of female say that they are aware about it. Taxpayer service unit experience, none of the male experience the taxpayer unit service, while only 4% of women. So lastly, we ask improvement that you want to see and changes you are requesting from tax authority and from government. So they said that they need strengthen relationships, increasing awareness, optimizing payment method, reduce frequency, harmonize taxes, better services, infrastructure improvement, simplified payment, and tax transparency in tax payment. Then here is a Cross River. In Cross River, we have 42% are men, while 57% are women, 5% are Muslim, 95% Christian, and 0.67% traditional. Also, marital status 68%, 69 are men, 66 women, just like from Taraba State. The average number of households is 5 members. Then the marital status, just like in Taraba State, 70% of men are married, while 62% of women are married. Then married but now separated, 5% women, 2% men. Single never married, 23 and 25. Widowed, 10% men and women, and only 3% men. Then we have business size. The business size is between 0 and 2, 90% of the business men and women, they said that they are operating nano, 0 to 2, while the remaining 10% is between 3 and 9 and 10 and 49. Then we have tax burden. The tax burden in Cross River State, number of days in a week unable to open business is 2.5 days average, while for women is 2.7, which is higher. Then number in a week open business late is 1 day for women and 1 day for men, the same. Number of hours for household responsibilities is 9 hours for men and 11 hours for women. Women is higher, just like in Taraba State. Then how does this affect your business? Men, they said only 38%, while 56% of women said that it affects their business. Then tax payment, men 83%, women 76%. In Cross River, men pay higher. That is 80%, 83% of men pay taxes, while only 76% of women. Then they have state tax revenue, local government levies, sanitation, waste management fees, security light fees, business premises fees, environmental tax. Then reason for not opening late, consistent health challenges, men 8%, women 5%, family reasons, 33% for women, while only 19% for men. Lack of finance, 7% for women and 5% for men. Pregnancy, men 6%, women 10%. Participate in community meetings, men 3%, women 1%. Market policies, men 14% and women 9%. So if you look at these two, participation in community meetings and market policies, you see that women have upper hand to participate in community meetings, and men, have upper hand compared to women. Then we go to the income, expenses, and savings. The income of men is higher with 203,000 average monthly income, while women 178,000. When it comes to expenses, it's the same thing. Despite having higher income, if you look at it, they spend almost the same. Then tax payment is almost the same, 2,773 for men, for women, and 2,792 for men. For saving, men save 63,000 in a month on average, while women save 42,000. It is obvious. When I earn more income and spend less, definitely I will save more than you. Then we have a method of tax payment, cash 96%, while POS and bank is 3.3%, just like in Taraba State. Then men, 7.4% of men, they pay through electronic, while only 1.2% of women, they pay through electronic medium. Then we also ask about their perception and experience on tax equity, where 70% they disagree about tax equity. And only 16% and 14% that are indifferent and they don't agree. They agree that there is equity. So we ask a lot of questions. If you look at the graph, you'll see that we have 78% on the issue of enjoying benefit from government for the tax I pay. We have good awareness, which is 66%. They don't agree that there is awareness. We have issue of harassment, 52%. We have issue of time and effort it takes me to pay or settle my tax, 42%. And we have the remaining questions. When we share the slide, you will see it. We go to next, engagement with tax authorities. Grievance redress mechanism awareness is very low in Cross River State compared to Taraba, where we have 20% for men, while only 12% for women. Then engagement with taxpayers units, 9% for men and 7% for women, which is also lower. Then training, women 3%, men 5%. Then suggesting for improvement, some of the taxpayers say that customer service delivery should be improved. They need to take complaint more seriously. Genuine receipt should be given because some of them, they said that they are giving fake receipt. Electronic payment process instead of cash. Stop harassment of traders over tax and seizing our goods. We need toilet and water. We use the tax revenues for the benefit of taxpayers. Stop harassing the women and carrying people's goods. These are some of the suggestions for improvement. Then from Kano State, when we go to Kano State, we have 75% of men are married and only 41% of women are married. Then we have married but now separated, we have 3 and 2%. Single, never married, we have 31% of women and 22% of men. Widowed, we have 16% of women and 2% men. Then divorced, we have 9% and 0% among the respondents. We have educational level, where we have 53 and 35% primary or less. Women are higher in terms of literacy, illiteracy level, sorry. Then we have secondary to university. You find out that men dominate here. Then we have postgraduate where we have 2% and 2%. The household side, we have 0 to 3 size, 27 and 27%, but 4 to 10, women dominate with 68% against 50%. The lastly, above 10, we have 23% and 6% against women and men. Then we have business size. Here also is the same, where we have 77% women are in nano business, while 58% of men. When we come to 3 to 9, which is small businesses, where we have men dominate here with 35% and women 23%. 10 to 49, which is medium business, men dominate. Then also large businesses, women are 0, while men have 2%. Then the tax burden. Number of days in a week on oval to open businesses for men and women is 2 days. And also number of days they open late is also 2 days. For men and women, there is no difference. But when it comes to the hours spent on household responsibilities, men 8 hours and women 12 hours. The woman is higher. It's 12 hours in a week. Then tax payment status, men 87% and women 61%. Men are having the higher percentage when it comes to tax payment in Kano State. Then specific taxes paid, state revenue tax, local government levies, sanitation, waste management fees, security, union and business premises. The next one is income, expenses, tax and savings. The income of men is higher with 344,000 against 266,000 for women. So the men earn more than women also in Kano State, just like Taraba and Cross River. The expenses, men spend 110, while women, despite earning lesser than men, they spend 93,000. The tax payment is 18,000. Women pay higher than that of men, average of 12,000. Then the savings, women save more here in Kano State compared to men. Then engagement with tax administration, only 10% of men that have awareness on grievance redress mechanism, while 2% of women, which is very insignificant, having awareness on grievance redress mechanism. When it comes to the taxpayer unit experience, 9% of men are having experience. Then when it comes to the issue of training, we have 1% of the total, and this 1% are men, while the women is 0%. Suggesting improved structure, fairness in taxation, education and awareness, gender balance approach in tax administrations. These are some of the suggestions from Kano. So generally, these are the recommendations. Number one, we have implement gender responsive tax policies, because we know that Nigerian tax policies are gender blind. Then grievance redress mechanism awareness is very low. So there should be establishment and strengthening of the use of gender-sensitive grievance redress mechanism. Number three, enhance access to education and awareness. We found out that there is low level of literacy in the informal sector, and we know that the bottom is heavily dominated by women. Therefore, there should be a targeted tax education program to improve women's understanding of tax obligation, right, and available financial resources. Then number three, we have reform in the area of multiple taxation practices. The taxpayers complain about multiple taxation practices, not only taxes, the multiple levies and other revenues. So government should harmonize these taxes and levies across different levels to reduce excessive taxation and eliminate overlapping levels. Number four, we have strengthened legal protection. That is, introduce gender-sensitive policies to safeguard women in the informal sector from harassment, violence, and exploitative taxation. Number five, we have simplify and improve transparency in tax collection. That is, the government should implement user-friendly and automated tax payment system to reduce cash transactions, prevent over-taxation, hidden fees and leakages, and improve compliance. Because the findings highlight that most of the payment is through cash. In some states, about 93% of the payment is through cash. Promote women's representation in tax policy making. When we were interviewing the tax administrators, we found out that there were no much women in tax policy making. Then, especially at subnational level. Then expand access to financial and business resources. This is to facilitate women access to credit, training, and business support to enhance their income potential and tax compliance. Then introduce tax relief for women entrepreneurs. That is to provide tax credit or deductions for women with caregiving responsibilities to ease financial burdens. Despite having peculiarities, women are not considered when it comes to the issue of tax payment at subnational level. And support gender disaggregated data collection. We found out that most of the data in the tax space is not disaggregated. It's only the surface that is disaggregated, but when we go deep about the issue of the income, the issue of the tax payment, the issue of the sector analysis and what have you, it is not gender disaggregated. Therefore, government should collect and utilize gender disaggregated data on tax payment, business ownership, and financial barriers to develop more inclusive and equitable tax policies. Thank you for listening.
Begin. Bottom page, you'll see the recommendations for improving tax collection practices, reducing harassment. Somebody on my table sort of looked at the statistics when you were talking about pregnant women and the outcomes. So if you want to find more about that out, I'm sure there will be a release of the study much later. All right, we are now going to that time where we will be having our plenary session, and we'll have our moderator to handle that, but I would first welcome the panelists to the stage to have their seats, and then I'll welcome the moderator to take charge of the conversation. Please, I'd like to call on Foluke Ademokun, National Advocacy Lead, Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. Please, a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. I would also like to welcome Jean Andy Oluthermus, representing the DG Women Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Wainimi Eribo. Please, a round of applause for her. We would, however, be having two panelists joining us virtually, and those two will be Dr. Saeed Sulaiman, Regional Specialist, UNDP Tax for SDGs, and that's financing. And also Al Hassan Usman, he's also a tax administrator from FIRS, joining us online, both of them. I'd like to welcome the moderator for this session from the Society of Women in Taxation, Chairperson Dr. Bosede Ikanoba. Please, I welcome you to the stage as you take over this session.
From that study, and then prefer some actionable solutions. So we have our panelists, and they have been rightly introduced. So we are going to have 2 minutes each for them to have their thoughts. Then we now have the specific questions directed at each of them. But permit me to quickly say that as a way of further amplifying the introduction that have been made, that Mrs. Foluke Ademoku, she's the lead national advocacy of ANWBN. And for those who don't know ANWBN, it is a coalition of over 70 women business associations with the goal of encouraging and improving sustainable entrepreneurial development among women. And of course, study shows that we have over 23 million female entrepreneurs operating in micro businesses. And secondly, Dr. Said, that has been introduced, is a regional specialist. He leads the UNDP tax financing for SDGs. He's involved in designing and executing strategy policies and mobilizing resources for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Then my third panelist, Jean Andy Olu. She's a core team player, and she's a communication and strategy expert. She's representing her DG of Wasima. I welcome you. Then the last but certainly not the least, Dr. Alaksan Usman. He works for FIRS. He's a seasoned tax administrator. He's an author who has published so many, he has so many papers published. And he has recently published a book also on theory and practice of companies' income tax in Nigeria. So to start our conversation, I'm going to give each of them 2 minutes to share their thoughts on the findings. So I want to start with my sister, Madam Foluke. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you to everyone who is here. Thank you to IBP for organizing this. My thought is, I think we've moved, a little from where we were in the past. For us to be having this conversation about gender and taxation, shows some form of movement. For those of us who are here, if you are not aware, March is Women's Month. It's a month, for women, and on the 8th we'll be having the International Women's Day. And the theme for this year is Accelerate Action. So my thought is aligned, to that, and I'm urging every one of us to accelerate action on how we can measure and also quantify unpaid care, because that's the central theme when it comes to taxation. And don't think unpaid care is about women. From the statistics, you see, men are also in some way involved. And the way things are going, you begin to see more men involved. So everybody should just know, let's have all of our hands on the deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we have Dr. Said Suleiman online? Can we have Dr. Suleiman Said? It's online, yes. Please go ahead. 2 minutes and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you so much. And thank you, my president. Thank you, Madam Foluke. Thank you, my sweet chairman. In fact, the whole family. I wish I'm there, but I checked. I'm Fulani, man. I checked. It took me more than 2 years to walk back from where I am. That's why I decided to join virtually. Forgive me for that. My thoughts for the research. Sincerely, it's a very good work that has a very good output, but I want us to note something. Let's not easily be deceived by some of the numbers that we see the way they are now, because you should also know the culture and the biases that we have are near even through our own responses. In reality, we get to know this when we go into a more in-depth, to a more breaking with a more larger sample, with wider other entities, including more rural areas, to get more information. So what I'm just trying to say is, this is a very good step forward. We need to do more, and we need to expand more, because there's actually more need to be able to do that. To align with what Foluke said, this is the month for action, and we're all calling to accelerate for action. But we can only accelerate for action if all of us hold our hands together and move together. Studies and action researches are solutions to that, and we're glad we have this, and we're going to take it forward to see how best we can build on it. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Said. Thank you. So can we have Jean? Maybe you just share your opening thoughts for a minute or two. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So listening and being in this session, it's quite impressive how awareness is brought for women-owned businesses in the informal sectors, and how research like this is also going to identify tax disparities for women in the informal sector. So this is kind of an educative session for me. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. So can we have Dr. Alasa? Maybe you start your conversation with your thoughts. Dr. Alasan, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Actually, this research or a report, it has highlighted a lot of important issues with respect to gender and taxation. But actually, I have some reservation about the finding of the research, particularly when the research highlighted or concluded that Nigerian tax system is not a gender sensitive or is a gender neutral. Actually, I didn't agree with that. Maybe because the research has narrowed down the concept of gender sensitivity of a tax system or to only tax payment. But because a gender sensitive tax system goes beyond only payment of tax, it also includes what the tax money has been doing with. And apart from that, sometimes when you are conducting a research, particularly on taxation or tax compliance, there are certain issues that you have to consider. Particularly, we have to make a differentiation between a claim and facts. Sometimes because taxation research is a behavioral research, so it has to do with human behavior. The respondent may intentionally make a false claim in order to avoid certain unwarranted issues. A taxpayer will say, I'm paying tax. But if you ask him the evidence, or if you dig down, you can understand he's not even paying the tax. So sometimes if you are conducting that research, at least maybe the questionnaire have to capture some things that can verify the taxpayer's claims. Actually, I'm not comfortable with this higher percentage of people paying the tax and even the amount that they are claiming that they are paying as a tax. And throughout the presentation, I understand one thing. Even with the money point researches, they have not even defined the concept of tax. So most of these people, particularly in informal sector, they don't differentiate between tax and other compulsory payment to other non-state actors or to their unions. There are so many compulsory payments that they are making, but not to government. Certainly, there are no taxes. That is my thought, actually.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, we are now set. In 2024, the Informal Economy Report by Money Point, in collaboration with the SMIDA and the Federal Ministry of Trade, Industry, Investment, offered some comprehensive insights into Nigerian informal sector. And there were some key findings from that report. And of course, the presentation we've just had supports this report. And there were some of the key findings, for instance, is about tax contributions. We state that despite operating informally, 89% of the businesses pay some form of taxes, highlighting their contribution to the economy, and of course, the general representation aspect. So I want to start with my sister Foluke. So what would you say have been your experiences about this, and what are the implications for tax policy and administration in Nigeria?
Well, we've been here, for quite, some time now. And from the feedback, the issue of multiple taxation, comes, it's at the fore. And we recognize the stress that women, particularly, go through. But, and why this is so is because the sector that women, operate in, such as the food handling, you go to the farm, the women are the ones who sell some of these things. And as you move from one local government to another, you are forced not to pay, taxes. I'm aware that the CITM president, tried to educate us on the difference between rates and levy and, taxes. But then I was asking myself, and it's just moved out, I was going to ask him that, for instance, yes, I'm supposed to pay for some services like waste, management. I came from Lagos. I don't know what happens in Abuja. But where I came from in Lagos, when you pay, for the LOMA, they call them LOMA, that's the Lagos Waste Management Agency. You pay for them to clear your waste. And for days, if not for weeks, the waste is there. No one is picking that waste. You are still going to pay them at the end of the month. The services were not rendered. And I'm not going to leave my home, with field. I engaged some of these private truck pushers, for instance, that they've said you must not operate. I paid those ones again. So I'm paying double for one, service to be rendered. And then at the end of the day, somebody is saying that what I paid was rate, was not tax. So how do I describe that? We have experts in the room. If somebody can just, help me, to put that in perspective, I would appreciate. I also do not have government. We pay tax for us to have, benefits, like public service, like water. But where I come from, you dig your own borehole. And at the end, of the day, you are paying tax for borehole. I don't know if you don't pay tax on borehole here. But where I came from, we pay tax on borehole. So, different, categories of taxes that you paid. And the women at the informal market, they suffer it. Beyond this 50-50 now, we saw the findings. You pay, you don't even know what, the thing is you don't know what you are paying for. But you are paying money. You are bleeding, hemorrhaging, paying money. And in addition to that, as you are paying, that is going, out, the services that you should, enjoy, the benefits, you are not, getting it. So these are the, experiences that I, come with, and I'm hoping, that somebody will help to, provide some enlightenment, insightful presentation. I heard one of the brothers, online, who said that, yes, he's concerned about the way we describe, taxation, that maybe in the informal economy, that they don't pay. He thinks they don't pay, but they pay. They are bleeding. And the issue of unpaid care is a serious matter. Our tax system does not capture, the effect of unpaid care on women. It's actually, limiting the ability of women, to go forward. I'm saying women, not because there are no men involved, but we have more women saddled with the responsibility of unpaid care. And this is also affecting how they can contribute, to our economy in the productive sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to direct my question to Dr. Said now, because you are involved in designing and executing strategic policies. So I want to ask, in Nigeria, taxation strategies for the informal sector often target visible, accessible businesses, most of whom are low-income earners. So what can you say that, what can tax authority do to better identify and tax high-income earners that hide in the informal sector to evade taxes? So Dr. Said, thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak again. So first, I will start with the research itself. Tijani, don't take this.
Your organization, one of the things that you guys proud yourself is that you are a voice to the women, okay, in businesses. So I want to ask, given the fact that Nigerian tax system is gender neutral, or more appropriately, gender blind, are there examples of successful initiatives that have effectively addressed gender disparities in taxation within the informal economy? And so what can we learn from these examples?
For example, we have the FCT Women Economic Empowerment Program. That's an initiative that helps to bridge the knowledge gap for those in the informal sectors that don't know how to go about paying their taxes. And it also gives them financial literacy as well. So what this initiative does is it helps women understand tax policies and how to register their business and how they can benefit from tax incentives. And it also helps them to know it gives them knowledge to know their tax rights and also take advantages of tax reliefs and government incentives. Another one is what we're doing now, a gender responsive budget initiative, where organizations like Nigerian Tax Research Network, IBP, and ICTD advocate for tax policies that consider marginalized populations, that's those in the informal sector, and income disparities and financial challenges that those women face. They also conduct research on how gender-responsive budgeting can address taxation disparities.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Indeed, you are a voice. You can see the huge work that organization is doing. So I come to Dr. Alassa now. Women often carry the double burden, as we have been told, of paid work and unpaid care work, which may affect their business growth and opportunities. So what policy options, because I want you to speak from the perspective of being in government, you are the one responsible for collecting the taxes. So what policy option can government consider in ensuring that taxation for this group is equitable? So that's for you, Dr. Alassane, because you are going to speak from the perspective of being a staff of Federal Inland Revenue Service, the chief tax collectors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think a a part of what I'm going to say now, we have heard earlier in the course of some of these presentations. Although we say the Nigerian tax system is gender neutral, that's not true. It isn't. And I'm hoping that the tax policymaker will come online. We went, part of the studies that we did, we went to a state, I'm not going to mention the name of the state. At the time of campaigning, when a governor was campaigning, the campaign promise he made, he promised that Okada, all this transport, transporters from the garage, that once I come in, you are not going to pay taxes on your earnings. Because at that state level, that's the kind of tax that the state collect. And that's not gender neutral. Because most of the people who operate within that sector are male. And that's why it's important that we have women in tax administration, so that when decisions are being made, we are part of the decision-making process. On the surface, it's gender neutral, but it is not. Because the people who take decisions about taxes, they are men. And when they are talking about sectors, they target the sectors they are in. During a political campaign, even FIRS, there was a time, I think the last campaign, they waived
recording is
payment for maybe candidates that did not pay their taxes. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that should be in the region of felony when you don't pay your tax. But because they are men, it was waived for them. And they will tell you that the tax system is gender neutral. It is not. Now, we are talking about the reform that is ongoing. I see online that some persons are complaining about property tax. They are afraid that the reform will come in terms of inheritance tax. Who are the people who are inheriting the property? Who are the ones who own, just take some statistics of property ownership in Nigeria. Who are the owners? You see that more men own property than women. So that's why they will say pay capital gain tax. Nobody will talk about property tax. Recently we saw that somebody, just one person, own an estate with over how many hundreds of buildings. What's the gender of that person? Because we say our tax system, is gender neutral. It is not. And so it's important that, just like some suggestions that were made here, that we look at those, peculiar areas that where women do not need to pay. When we talk about our biological needs, we talk about exemption on, hygiene, products. In some countries, they give sanitary pad free in public schools. So when government is doing the school feeding program, those are the kind of things that should come into, school feeding programs. Even in Nigeria, we have the free trade zones. Who are the ones who are operating the free trade zones? Has any one of us sat down to assess, the value that these free trade zones are, providing for Nigeria? They give them tax exempt because they think there are some kind of contributions the free trade zones will make. Are the free trade zones making the contributions in terms of employment of nationals? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to Dr. Said. I hope we can get him online now. Yes. So I want to ask, what can tax authority do to better identify and tax high-income earners that hide in the informal sector to evade taxes? Because you are involved in a policy strategy and designing strategies for all of this. So what do you think the tax authority can actually do better to encourage the high-income earners to pay more taxes and not for them to hide under the informal sector to evade taxes as it were? Thank you. Dr. Said.
Yes, thank you so much, and apologies for the network cut. I think it has to do with some colleagues who plugged in when I started attacking them. Can I be heard? Because I see I'm freezing again. Okay, so I think it is better now. So first, let me just go quickly to the point without going round. First, I want the research to also do some little revision on the recommendations. Can we translate them into more actions? For example, I was hoping to journey up when we brought the recommendation on the need to come up with a special incentive for women within the market environment, or women who are taking care of their families, to have some certain incentive. I was hoping to hear ACBF saying we are going to develop a framework for subnationals to adopt. So we want to see such action. So now I want to take this from that point back to the government. Presently, we're working with different subnationals and nationals to see how do we change this. And this I must also give credit to the work of IBP and the work that we've been doing even prior to this, which is the most important part of harmonization. Okay. I can see we're frozen. Okay, harmonization of the tax policies, harmonization of the tax administration, harmonization of tax collection itself. I separated these three because all of them have different roles to play. The federal tax system, which focuses on the bigger enterprises and limited liabilities, is successful because it is clear you have 9 taxes to collect. Or if there's a revision, it becomes 10. If there's another revision, it becomes 8. You are clear on what you're supposed to be paid. If you carry the subhead of taxes, levies, dues, and fines that are collected by the subnationals and the local government, you're going to find in some subnationals up to 60 to 70. That's a lot of number that could have been consolidated. We're happy that the new Finance Act or the new finance bill that is coming up, it's going to work on that. So these are some of the inputs that we've put together to see that it works. Now, what we're asking is for people to have an understanding to accept them. Regardless, no matter how well federal government designed this, it is subnationals that need to put this together. So I want to put this back to my president, who is seated in the room. I don't know if he stepped out, that we also need to deliberately start engaging those subnationals to start this action. He also brought it as a concern because giving it out to private or non-state actors to collect have been one of the causes that is putting the women out of the conversation. Mostly, women suffer more in such collection because of the processes that have been used, and for the fear of not being singled out, you may not even get them give you the real answer when you're interviewing them or trying to get the response.
Okay, thank you.
So it becomes very important that we work together to harmonization. Second, digitalization. Okay. I'm referring here to digitalization of the tax administration itself. When I'm talking digitalization, I'm talking about trying to buy a whole computer and keep it in a room and make sure that people must buy a computer to be able to pay. It can be as simple as SMS processes of payment. These days, you use SMS to buy your recharge. We use SMS to transfer money. We use SMS to buy food. We use SMS to respond and buy recharge and data. What it means is a simple coding that the revenue administrations can adopt, especially at the subnational, for them to use that system, and it's easier. All of us, our phone numbers are linked to our NIN numbers. Maybe not 100%, but to some extent, up to 80, 90%. Which means it's easy to identify a person. All of our NIN are used in our banks. Again, another connection. All of our banks are actually connected through our BVNs, which link every other bank that we have. Bottom line is, there is a connection, is the handshakes. Already we started sampling this work across 3 subnationals now to see how best do we help them harness these processes. But this is a lot of work. When it comes to informal market, we go to informal economy, there's also one critical conversation that I want us to look at. So the best way to stop people from hiding in those spaces is to make sure that those spaces are better captured, better analyzed, better followed, and better tracked with a simplified system design, which will be able to show how much of the volume of your transaction do you have, which will also help us identify how best what you're supposed to pay.
Okay.
There is no agreed definition of informal economy in itself. Even that is the debate. Is it because you have money below a certain threshold, or is it because you come together and create a separate gap? And for us to fix that, there has to be a deliberate action to make sure that there's a proper documentation, proper data gathering, which presently at the UNDP, we're working to sort that. But this is something that we need to deliberately start putting pressure on national to put pressure on subnational to be able to aggregate this data for better collection. Thank you, so that before the network cut me.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sai. Thank you. I want to come back to Dr. Alasan. I hope it's now on call. Dr.
Yes,
Alasan,
I can hear
okay. Thank you very much. I want to ask a very specific question. What do you think should be the role for the different stakeholders in improving tax equity in the informal sector? You know, adding to that, I want you to also state some of the key priorities and actions they can focus on to advance tax equity in the informal sector. So you are taking a two-in-one question. What do you think should be the roles for the different stakeholders in improving tax equity in the informal sector?
Okay,
and what are the key priorities too? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Firstly, I think before even I start answering the questions, sometimes even the concept of informality, we sometimes narrow the concept to low-income earners. That's why you are separating the high net worth individuals and informal sectors. Because generally, informality means those are businesses that are either not registered or not properly captured or regulated by authorities. If you say informal sector, sometimes we don't mean those low-income earners or those traders along the street or market squares. We have even professionals like accountant, lawyer.
Let me come back to the audience now. You have listened to them and some of the questions that have been asked. Perhaps you may want to make some comments or you have specific questions. So please just go straight, direct to your point and ask your questions or you are making your comment. So, okay, sir. So how many of us? So let's take a number. This 1, 2, 3. I'm very gender sensitive. I haven't seen the hand of a lady up. So I can see 1 here, 2, 3. Can I see a lady? I want to balance. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Three men to the 3 women on stage. Okay, that's fine. Please go ahead, sir.
All right. I would like to start by saying that there is nothing like gender neutrality in taxation. That's the biggest lie I've ever heard. Because you must look at the facts and the data behind each individual organization. And the central principle of justice is that you must treat like cases alike. And you don't treat unlike cases alike, you are making a big mistake. So somebody saying it's gender neutral is not true. There's inbuilt discrimination, which that fellow or authority has failed, neglected, and refused to acknowledge. Now, when you begin to discuss the informal sector, before he was cut off, he was talking about professionals like even lawyers and accountants. They are not working in the civil service, they are not working in a bank where money, everybody knows how much you earn. End of the month, you must do your returns to show that you pay their taxes. Now, what I'm trying to say is that back to the question of what the government wants to do. Everybody now, more or less, even in the informal sector, before you open an account, they will give you a BVN. You have your NIN. You have your TIN. They have access to the back end to even see what is in your bank account. So anybody, any government that is serious can always get this information to know the net worth of any individual and maybe do a rough estimate of whatever tax that that person should do. Either it's laziness or lack of political will while they are not doing this and complaining that they're not getting money, because the kind of data and the information government has collected so far, there is no way you can hide, even if you're in the informal sector. And lastly, when somebody begins to make a distinction between a levy and a tax, I think it's some level of semantics, and it's irritating and annoying. Okay? I live in a part of Abuja called Lokogoma, right? The roads there were built by the residents. They contributed money. In each of those estates you park into, you pay ₦1 million in levies to build internal roads. And then groups of estates came together and built the third road that led to the main junction, right? At that main junction where I live, the groups of estate came together and paid for the light, traffic light, and had to go and beg the authorities to come and install it and begged Federal Road Safety to post people there. Now you have demands for tenement rates, which is like 500,000, 600,000 a year. And the question is, what is that local government doing for me? I mean, where I work, I pay my normal payee, okay, which runs into some hundreds. Where the other side, where I have my office, they bring tenement rates. They charge me for water, okay, which the local government provides. And then, so what is my tax for? And so this question of saying this is a rate, this is a levy, at the end of the day, it doesn't come from different pockets. It's from that your income. So they are all taxes. And they're all based on law. There is no rate or levy that has no foundation in law. Once it's not based on law, it is illegal. Tax is based on law. Rate is based on law. Levy is based on law. So as far as I'm concerned, there are taxes giving different baptismal names.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think we'll take all the questions. Then I will have the ones that are questions will be responded to by any of the panelists. So the ones that are comments, we take notes of the comments. So can we have the second?
I think, let me start from where Barrister stopped. The basic problem mostly we have concerning tax has to do with the issue of justice. Tax for justice. Which has to do with the service. You collect money. What is the commensurate services you render on that money? It's a big issue which continue to generate controversy and which nobody, particularly policymakers, are not ready to address. They were only interested in collection, not in service delivery, which is the end product. That is one. Then I also look at the ongoing reform in the tax sectors. Like Barrister said, the issue of political will. And the systemic problem we have in this country. I look at some of the draft and ask these questions. Will they allow it to work? These are critical issues. He was talking about data. The data is available. But will our system harness that data and make it to be effective and used for the common man? This is a big question we should start addressing our mind. I give you a critical example. For instance, there is a judgment concerning local government financial autonomy. Since when? What happened to the practicality of that judgment? God will help Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, so can we, maybe before we take further questions, let me go back to the online panelists so that let him conclude his thoughts because of network connectivity. Then we can come back to the question and answer session. Is that okay? So I'd like to go back to Dr. Alasa again. And I will ask the question, because that question is very, very fundamental. Okay? So what do you consider to be the role for the different stakeholders and how they can improve the tax equity in the informal sector? And of course, what will you say should be the key priorities and actions that they can focus on, particularly judging the fact that you are from FIRS, and you are the chief tax collectors. Thank you, Dr. Alasan.
Okay, thank you, Ma. I think it is important for all the stakeholders to analyze and examine the environment thoroughly so that we can understand the real problem affecting the tax system. Because especially from the taxpayer's point of view, what is their problem and what do they want for them to comply? Because they have a lot of observation, taxpayers, particularly those in informal sector. There is one key problem, that implicit tax. Because tax is, we have explicit tax and the implicit tax. Explicit tax is the tax that the taxpayers are paying to the government. But implicit tax is the tax that the taxpayers are paying, not to government, but they are providing services that are supposed to be provided by government. Sometimes in their market square, they provide public roads, toilets, and other services, public services that are supposed to be provided by government. So that is one of the reasons that most of those people in the informal sector are asking the rationale of even paying the tax. So all the stakeholders, I think they should sit down, discuss, and understand the real problem affecting the system, both from the taxpayer's point of view, the government point of view, and from the civil society's point of view, so that an appropriate tax system should be designed, which is very simple and understandable, which is clear to all the taxpayers. I'm suggesting that the taxpayers we should design a tax system that at each level, taxpayer will only pay one income tax to only one tax authority. That will be clear for them, and that will be more certain to them. Then, what is the second question? What do you say is the second question?
Okay. The second question is, what are the key priorities and actions that should be focused on to advance tax equity in the informal sector? Those key priority areas or key actions. Yes.
Okay. Generally, taxation we are built on two principles. That is either benefit principle or ability to pay principle. Most countries are adopting ability to pay principle. That is, they are using income as a proxy for taxes. So, like in countries in Nigeria, we are using that principle. The income is the proxy for determining the amount of tax that a taxpayer should pay. In that case, most of these taxes are built on that principle. So that if people have the same level of income, they should pay the same amount of tax. That system is not using gender as a yardstick of determining what you are going to pay. It's based on income. Whatever income you have, if Mr. A and B have the same income, they should pay the same amount of tax. If A and C have different income, they should pay different amount of tax. But despite this, the Nigerian tax system is favoring women more than men. Because if you look at it, our income tax, whether personal income tax or company income tax, is progressive. And generally, it is like a consensus that women are the more vulnerable and they are getting lower income than men. So when tax system is a progressive, that means the higher the income, the higher the tax rate. That system is usually favoring women than men, because it is assumed that men are getting higher income than women. And secondly, the Nigerian tax system is also favoring women more than men, because if we look at it, there are so many policies that we are designed by government to help women than men. We have so many women empowering programs in Nigeria. Though the execution is a problem, but at least the programs are on ground. A lot of programs, women empowering program, but there is not any program in Nigeria, based to my knowledge, that is for men empowering. But women are benefiting from the tax policy more than the men in the country.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Alasan. Thank you. Your thoughts are well taken note of. Yes. I want to ask my sister from Wasima, put differently, what would you say if we were to design, for instance, an effective framework for equitable taxation of the informal sector? What would you like to see? What are the key elements you see or you want to see embodied, in such a framework for an equitable taxation of the informal sector?
So, for example, the government can introduce small business tax relief for informal traders who are also caregivers, and this will help offset financial burden of unpaid care work and encourage more women to remain economically active. And also, most women that are in the informal sector, they are excluded from social protection schemes like pension, maternity leave, and health insurance. The government can actually design low-cost social security schemes tailored to informal women entrepreneurs. And also, they can provide incentives for business that provide childcare support for employees, or the government can also offer tax incentives for businesses and even informal cooperatives that provide on-site childcare facilities for working mothers.
Okay, thank you. That's very profound. Thank you very much. I want to ask on a final note, Dr. Saheed, the same. Okay. Yes, I'm coming back to you because of the network connectivity so that we don't lose that call again. I want to ask the same questions, at you. What will you consider to be the key elements of an effective framework for equitable transition of the informal sector from your own perspective? Dr. Said, please.
Thank you, Madam Akanova. One is complete inclusion in the design. Complete inclusion in the design by understanding where the issues are. I know Nigeria. I understand how Nigerian tax system work, and anybody in that room can prove me wrong. I forgot when last we had tax incidence analysis. To understand who is what tax affecting the more and how do we need to fix that. Already we're working to support that, but this is something that before any policy or any tax should come, we should have a good incidence analysis. Let there be a good tax equalization modeling to understand where and what taxes affect what, then we align it together. Not just to come up with a policy or a tax design that when we're collecting the money on one side, we're making the people more poor on the other side, which the poverty itself will overcome whatever we think the money we raise will be able to cover. When we're talking about incentives, we need to be very careful to make sure that we design it with an inclusive sunset clause, with a cooperative design to identify who is the targeted person, and importantly, if that reason why it is being given is not, the person should be reassessed and be made to pay. Already we have models that support that. For example, if you close at your cessation, after a period of time, you'll be recalculated to see which you're supposed to pay higher. We can apply the same. After 5 years, we come back, we reassess you, or 6 years to see if the employment or recruitment you say you're going to provide helps. Now for a bigger company, now but for smaller ones, we have to be deliberate about it. We have to be deliberate in expansion, making sure that we give the right incentive for the right people to be able to grow, but for a certain time so that they grow out of it, which for me is the builder. Third is one of the colleagues spoke about this importantly, trying to create a synergy or what we call a coherence. Making sure that this part of the action does not affect the other part of the action and doing it concurrently and doing it together. Which means we all have to learn to trust the government when they're doing it. Then we participate in the process of doing it. We learn together from them and we fix the solution together. Finally, and importantly, every problem that we see, every global problem that we see, every national problem that we see has a local solution. Because every global, every national program that we see actually has a base upon which it is growing upon. So we need to look at that, hold those people accountable, make sure that we look at the expenditure side, have a holistic approach to the activity. It's excellent and it's good. It is IBP that is hosting this program, working on the demand side, which means it's good to also bring the part of the supply side into the conversation, making sure that from the process of collection, process of design of policy, to what is collected, up to the end of how is it going to be implemented is put together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Said. We greatly appreciate you. So back to the audience now. I think we have 2 more questions. Okay, from the back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Alassan make mention or express dissatisfactions about the result of the percentage of people that claim they are paying tax. I'm one of those people that participated in interviewing the taxpayers and other people in the market. So I would like to let him understand this. Like in Taraba State, the local governments are the one collecting tax in the informal sectors. Just to say, 90% of the tax collected in the informal sectors are collected by the local government. So what they do for conveniency, they collect some of those tax through the association of those business people. So I was able to interview two associations within the market and one outside, Artisans Association. So they told me that they pay their tax through their association leaders. And I asked, how much do you pay? They say the local government normally give them a certain amount of money to pay as tax. So they collect it and pay. And some of them pay more so that it will cover for those who may not be able to pay at that time. So when you talked about evidence for tax payment, yes, you will say the number is low because most of them don't even have evidence to show that they pay tax because they pay through their association. Now, the person that collects on behalf of the government also may be influenced, maybe by his human nature, to collect more from others and for his brother and sister, maybe skip them. So you will discover that among the association, some pay more. The burden is on others, while others are enjoying. So what we discover then is that, we are trying to provide solutions. How can we make everybody pay tax? Because government keep increasing target every year to pay tax. And the more the target is going high, those that are always paying tax will continue to bear the burden. So we are advocating that the tax administrators or agency to ensure that those people in the informal sectors have tax identification number, the digitalization that Dr. Said is saying, so that everybody will know what is paying. Some of them pay tax, they don't even know what they are paying for because they don't have evidence to show that this is what they are paying for. So that by the time government wants to bring out an incentive to encourage taxpayer or tax compliance, there should be a record that will show, I'm paying tax and you are qualified for this. Because otherwise, those who are not paying tax are even the ones enjoying government incentive. Particularly when they are giving palliative to maybe market women, market men association from the government. It is those ones that are not even paying tax that are enjoying because they have their brothers and sisters who are the leaders of those associations. So digitalizations and tax identification number will help to eliminate that. And that is what we are trying to say. So just to say that actually if tax is being paid on behalf of our association, whether the person pay or not, in as much as is part of the member of the association, it automatically pays tax. And that is the result that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So can we have, yes, let's give an opportunity to our lady here too. Yes. Please go ahead.
I just want to make a clarification based on the question she asked and the response from the last speaker. There are differences between tax, levies, rates, and fine. Association pay what we call levies, not tax. Levies, not tax. For instance, in Anambra State, the Market Association, that levy they pay is as a result of that the association. It's like a union fee, identifying with your union member. When you are addressing an issue, you are going as coalition, not as an individual. So it's different from tax. Tax is paid after the year program. For instance, in 2024, after you've done your business, you calculate all your gains, you minus your benefits, your benefit from the cost of investment, payment to workers, and what have you. From your gain, you now honestly assess yourself. After assessing yourself, the percentage that you should pay as a tax, you go and remit it to either AIRS or FIRS, depending on where your jurisdiction. That is tax. And tax is done between the first quarter of the preceding year. So tax is not something you pay. Like, I'm using Anambra as an example again, where you see traders that offload 30-feet containers, 40-feet containers, twice or 3 times a year. You see them paying 30,000. And they will say they've paid their tax. You know, those things are not tax. They are levies. You pay it as an association. For instance, in main market Onisha, you see somebody offloading and have lots of people working for them and they are doing their businesses. When they pay 30,000. So that is why even in my state, my governor will say, the individuals are the one with our money. Our money is domiciled with our people. So it's quite different from tax. Then when you say that some people are paying and those ones that enjoy benefit of palliatives, they are not paying. You see a market where a market chairman will have more than 150 shops. When it comes to enumeration, he will just enumerate one shop, hide under one shop, and has more than 150 shops. So these are the issues when it comes to informal sector tax players. We are not honestly paying. Yes, we are holding government to our account, ensuring that they provide services for us, but then again, we need to honestly assess ourselves. That's my position. Just to clear us that there is difference between this and this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's a very good clarification. There's need for us to understand that, particularly when we are advocating for our women, they should be able to know that there's a clear difference between tax that you pay to government, the union dues that you pay to your association, and also levies that you have to pay. I think that clarification is very, very important. Thank you, sir. Yes, next, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Can you give him a microphone?
Can I talk? Hurry up.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we have just 2 questions we want to take now.
Hello, I want to say something, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Hawa Usman from Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. I'm a gender desk officer from the ministry. Well, I've heard everything that everybody has said actually about this tax. Well, my own is I'm just more concerned about the market women, because we all know that most of them, how they get their goods and all that, they know how they struggle to get all that. So coming to pay the tax is very difficult for them, some of them. So I will just plead with the tax officers to, if there's any way they can simplify this tax thing of a thing, to make it easier for them to be able to use, because we all know that these taxes they are even collecting, they're supposed to be used for maybe building our roads, hospitals, and all that. And up to now in this country, I think we still have a very long way to go. So I will just plead to just simplify some of these things to make it easier for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I have a slot for just 2 persons. I'm going to give it to the ladies. Okay, sorry, sir. I think you raised up your hand first. After the man in white, you have that lady. Then have one here. That will be the last for the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Okyonyeka from Civil Rights Concern. Having listened to most of the presentations and discussions, I also would have loved to hear about what's happening in some of the societies outside Nigeria that are more progressive in terms of gender equity and inclusion, equity and equality and inclusion. Because it gives us an idea what other societies that are more progressive than our own are doing in these regards. I thought I would have loved to hear about it in the analysis. Then again, you see, when we are talking about tax, you see, if you look at the revenue of states, or most state governments, you see that you will see so much progress in terms of what they report at the end of each year. If you look at the percentage increase of revenue of most of the states, their recurrent revenue, you see that there isn't much in terms of progress, as well as the internal generated revenue. You see that the FAC allocations are going up, maybe because of they've removed the fuel subsidy, maybe because of the inflation. It's really going up. It's more than 2 times the IGR in most states. like my own also. So when I look at some of this, it makes me feel that the necessary motivations that government needs to install to get people ready to come out and pay their tax are not there. Go and study the one of your state, and you see that some of these motivations are not really there. When they are put in place, you see many people paying tax. Someone was making, giving examples of traders who don't pay tax, just pay 30,000 naira annually as fee, maybe a fees for the goods they are bringing in, and they don't pay. So I think this question was raised some other place I was present, and I told the people there that you can't really say those people are not making good contributions. Because if you go to their villages, they are building roads, they are building schools, they are building hospitals. They are doing so many things which the government ought to be doing. And that's why I talk about motivations to make people pay the tax. How much of the collections that government agents are making does not really reach the government treasury. So you see the kind of disincentive around these business groups. So government really has to up its gains in terms of what they're doing about motivating people to pay tax and what they're using the tax to do. Thank you. And then somebody was talking about inclusion in designing the tax. That's very important because we have areas, things that are peculiar to us in various states. So each state that is designing the tax system must have to have proper inclusion so that all the sectionalities that are in the state will be on the table to discuss how it concerns them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So can we have the two ladies now? There, and the last one here on that table.
Thank you very much. I'm Navuga Regina. I'm the tax equity manager at IBP, and I'm based in Uganda. The issues you're discussing here are not different from what happens in Uganda. So I'm also calling upon Nigeria to think beyond Nigeria, the borders, what's happening in the neighboring countries. How can we have a common position on some of these issues that are happening? What is ECOWAS saying about these issues? What is SADC saying? What is East Africa saying? We need to come up with common solutions so that we address some of these issues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Aja.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Bello Gumi from the Small Scale Women Farmers Organization in Nigeria, SOFON, a national president. The last speaker had just mentioned what I had wanted to say regarding the payment of tax. I know when you talk about tax and you say people should pay tax, the first thing that usually comes to people's mind is that the government has not done anything to me. Why are they demanding for tax? Why are they demanding for money from me? So I think there is the need for really an enlightenment, as you were saying, talking about motivation. People need to know exactly, because if you look at health services, you talk about somebody going to see a doctor in a general hospital. Compare that with somebody who goes to a private hospital, and the amount of money that individual will pay at the private and the money that you will pay at the state hospital. So if you compare the two, you will definitely know that the government is doing something. Take also another example when it comes to an education, taking your child to school. How much do you pay when you take your child to a private hospital? So there is really the need, as you mentioned, motivation, enlightenment. People need to know. If I know that the government is spending 50,000 on me, for me just to contribute 10,000 is nothing. I can happily and at once be able to do that. So people need to be enlightened. Another thing that I had wanted to get a clarification of, despite the fact that I'm a woman, and I'm definitely going to fight for gender equality, where women will get equal rights with what the men are getting. We know what is happening. There is the male dominance. If you go to a home and you talk about, okay, back to the example I want to share. In a home, if a man is earning 10,000 and the spending for the home is about 10,000, if he brings 10,000 to a woman and say, this is what I have, definitely that woman will not say you spend up to 15,000. But the men are not ready to do that. So this is what I'm saying, that there should be an enlightenment. When you know, knowing is something good. Now, in one of the recommendations that was given is to introduce the relief of tax for women entrepreneurs. I don't know how you can, what will I say? Talking about equality, if you reduce for a woman, then what of the man? So that we don't have a problem. with the men. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can I ask that we put our hands together for every contribution that has been made today? Thank you. Thank you. Very engaging indeed. On a final note, we want to have some final remarks from our panelists. And if they have, and some of them are actually comments. So for those that ask specific questions, as you make your final remarks, you can attend to those questions. So let me start from Foluke.
Yeah, thank you. And once again, thank you to every one of us here who is contributing towards this discussion. I want to say we are here because discrimination and inequality disproportionately affect women. The burden of discrimination affects women more than men. Also, we are here because when we talk about taxation, we take it as a stand-alone matter without focusing on other underlying issues that some of us have raised here in terms of access to credit, in terms of cultural practices, in terms of limited education. And that's why people are canvassing for more education on tax matters for women, because we recognize that we have some issues in that regard. And I'm also happy that in the course of this discussion, although some people are trying to make the distinction between tax, levy, rate, or whatever, I'm glad that we were able to identify the role of semantics in all of this. And luckily, the online participant from the ministry also explained to us the difference between implicit and explicit taxation. That sometimes government may not collect it from you as tax, but you are bearing the burden for a government. And that will also, on that, I think I want to suggest, yes, like somebody has said, we have lessons to learn from other places, in terms of, in the European country rather, they provide vouchers. When you talk about the issue of care, they provide vouchers. There's a way that is done. Because I'm saying it again here, and I want us to listen, please. We may think unpaid care is the problem of women. I tell you, because women are getting more educated, they are having, their own voice, they are speaking. A time will come that the burden of unpaid care will not just be on women, it will be on women. I know of a man now that the wife, for some reason, they separated, and the woman, left the children, little children for that man. And he too could not come to work. The children were sick. So, as we see, and one other thing, please don't let us think it is very far. We hear of Japan, we hear of China, where they are now trying to invest in, bringing in more children. That time will come, if we are not careful, that, yes, we'll have that gap between our, old elderly. We may have more elderly people in the society, in the nation, because women are not reproducing for us. So we need to, pay attention now. If there's anything that will make that, to happen, please, let's work towards stopping it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we have your final thoughts?
My final thoughts would be to be able to achieve an equitable tax system, we have to move away from the one-size-fits-all approach. That is, we have to implement our gender-responsive taxation policies, and also we need to leverage data to be able to identify high-income earners who evade their tax and who underpay their tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope our two panelists on call, Dr. Said and Dr. Alassane, can share their final thoughts with us. Dr. Said.
Yes, so quickly, for me, one, I want us to, as advocate groups, as congregation here, that can push and request and demand. Nigeria must be given an accolade for giving exemption to some health product that relates to women. For example, sanitary pads are part of exempting VAT. But what we're saying that we should demand for is we need to have more progressive system in our direct tax system. The presumptive tax system that we have cannot be flat. If it is already established that men work more hours than women, if it is already established that more men have more advantages in doing some other things than women or having access to the market, there has to be a system to know, okay, if you're at this level, even though you have the same type of product, as you grow, you pay. VAT, for example, value-added tax, should not be just a flat rate. It can be graduational. We have people who can afford business classes in flight. I think that is where the money should be recouped from, while those who cannot should pay far less. So we should have that. And the more we have graduational or progressive direct tax system, the easier we have on the burden on the lower part of the economy, which also affect majority of women, including men who cannot do it. On the examples that is asked, we have a lot of other countries globally that give direct tax credit on how many children you have and how many children you take care of. We know how expensive that is. We know how it pushes people back to a level of poverty as soon as they give birth to a certain number of children. Now, they get a certain incentive to be able to improve. Now, this is only possible in a system where the tax system is integrated. Presently, Nigeria, thank you for the good things that we're doing, but the fact that subnational collect personal income tax and federal, which is more organized, collect company income tax, creates a very big barrier on that. And we need to start changing rather than giving private. We need to start encouraging. This is included in the new finance bill. We hope the subnationals accept that. But we are hoping they're going to start migrating the collection of their own taxes to a more integrated pool so that that can be collected. Thank you all for the opportunity. And I know if we all work together, we can do better to do this.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Said Suleiman. We greatly appreciate you. Over to you, Dr. Alassane, for your final thoughts.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have discussed a lot of issues. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. Okay, we have discussed a lot of issues concerning taxation and gender equity. But actually, if you look at the money points, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
If you look at the money points reports on informal taxation, you can understand that what the people are paying from informal sector as such is not the problem. The problem is the entire system, what the government is doing with the money. If you look at it, like the president of African Development Bank said that Nigerians are paying the highest implicit tax in the world because they are providing almost all the services that are supposed to be provided by government. So if government will push, a little pressure can be pushed on the government to provide more public services, particularly that will affect the female gender positively. I think that will be a better decision.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Alassane. Yes. Are you done?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Are you hearing? Okay, yeah. If you look at the money points reports, the lower band of income earners, their profits is between 0 to 500,000 naira. That is on pay. Their profit is about 200 monthly. That means annually their profit is about 3 million naira. And what they are paying as tax is between 3,500 to 15,000 naira annually. So if you look at it, what they are paying as tax as a percentage of their profit is not up to 1%. So what we are as tax is not the problem. What government is doing with the money, this is where the issue arises. This is where we are having problem. And there is a system. Percentage of people are paying taxes. And if you look at what the state government are getting from that assessment, that is the tax that are paid by informal sector. You know that there is a lot of leakages. most of these people are paying the money through their unions. In most cases, those monies are not coming even into the government coffer. So there are a lot of leakages in the system. Even if we reform our tax system, if those issues were not discussed and resolved, the problem will still linger. We'll still be having problem with that issue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Lassan. We quite appreciate your closing thoughts. We have come to the end of this panel discussion. And I want to say that one of the things that stands out for me, particularly for my women who have spoken and for others who have made contribution, is that women particularly have the ability to pivot new learning. Times are changing, and we can see that the women particularly are speaking for themselves now. They have a voice, and we are coming to the table to speak. And so I want to thank the men who are very supportive of the gender responsive taxation. And some of you that have made contributions, you have also said that we should also look at ways in which we can increase revenue through taxes for government, and that's very key. In as much as we are advocating that there should be unfair taxes, those who ought to pay taxes should pay the right taxes. And one of us has also said that there's a need for us to explore or utilize data to determine how fair taxes should be applied, and that's very key. So one of our panelists said that we should be very deliberate in expansion and also give the right incentives. So I want to thank everyone that have either made comments or asked questions or that have made contributions to this engagement. So on this note, I want to thank my panelists. I want to thank Mrs. Foluke. I want to thank Jean. I thank Dr. Lassan, Dr. Sahid for your time. And of course, we want to appreciate greatly IBP that has given us this platform to be able to do this. I want to say thank you very much. And I believe that there are lessons we are all taking home, and will make gender and taxation more engaging and ensure that we do the right thing. So on the closing, I want to invite the director, country director, IBP, to come and do the post, because on the 8th of March is the International Women's Day. Okay, so we want to invite you, the country director, to come accelerate action. Thank you very much. So please put your hands together.
Please, a round of applause for them. I sat on the observation table. There was so much observation going on during the conversation. And if I call them for a review, we will not leave here today. But thank you so much. I was listening in. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. They have been fantastic. And the moderator as well. Very insightful. And I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. Did we all enjoy it? No. All in favor, say aye. Okay, and the ayes have it. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. All right, time is fast spent, and I'm sure a lot of people are urging for lunch. But before we go that, just a quick tidying up, because when I listened, what I heard was collaboration, conceptualization, definitions. What is informal sector, for whom, for what? Unpaid care, thank you for amplifying that. Oftentimes it's left out in the conversation. But a lot of people still don't know who unpaid carers or caregivers are. So it's another level of conversation altogether. But I want to say thank you to the panelists and the moderator for amplifying that conversation and the findings. In that, guys, I would like to call Chika Oko, Senior Program Officer, IBP, for the closing remarks. Please, a round of applause for Chika.
Am I permitted to speak with my mask on? Am I? Because the essence is for me to ensure everyone here is protected. Not that you should be scared of anything. Okay. Okay, for 2 minutes. Okay. You've seen me now. I can continue now. Thank you. Right. Okay. Okay. So I have a very simple task, but it is still difficult because if you don't mention everyone's name here, some people will not talk to you for the next 2 months, and if you invite them again, they may not respond. So you're going to permit me to recognize everyone that has been here since morning, those that joined in person, those that joined online. First of all, I want to thank the Honorable Minister. He's not here. We are not even expecting to have him, and then boom, he came in, and he gave us a very insightful keynote speech. And when he was talking, something came to me. I kept feeling it. The passion about how efficient budgeting practices, he's passionate about it, and the impact it can have on service delivery, especially for the marginalized populations. So I noticed that. I don't know if any other person noticed that. So we want to use this opportunity to appreciate him. Also want to say thank you to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Norway and his team. We also want to thank all the development partners gathered here, NORAD, Gates, Foundation, Co-Impact, FCDO, GIZ, EU. We did not recognize a whole lot of these people in the morning, but when we looked at the attendance, I was really amazed. Do we have all these people here? So thank you so much for honoring our invitation and joining us and participating actively. We cite you and we appreciate you. Okay, so I also want to thank the 16th president of CITN for his very insightful keynote speech. It was a bit difficult. He was dancing here and there, but at the end of it all, he was able to really, challenge us to think about that conversation about tax equity. It's a conversation we have to think through, he said, and we are not going to run away from it. So this is appreciating him for traveling all the way from Lagos to come and join us for this event. Also appreciating the panel moderator, our own excellent mommy for moderating the panel very well, and all the panelists, as well as the researcher who made the presentation, Tijani Ahmed from ACTG. Also appreciating all the government partners that are here from the federal and states. We have the Federal Ministry of Health, MBS, Budget Office, National Health Insurance Agency, the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, JTB, Federal Ministry of Agriculture. All of them are here. You will be amazed. Then from the state level too, from Oyo, from Niger, from Kanu, from Ogun, we have the health insurance agencies, the state contributory health agency, so different agencies, primary health care board that are here. And then our able CSOs. Please forgive me if I don't mention all of you by names, but we recognize each and every one of you. Media. See what are you hearing? I said it's a simple task, but I may not live here peacefully today. So we are appreciating the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. Yes. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate all of you. The media partners, we thank you for being here. The IT team, thank you very much. IBP team, thank you very much. But I want to appreciate on a special note the Market Women Association. Madam Margaret, please stand up. Let them cite you very well because I'm not sure they saw you. Madam Margaret left her business today. You know what it means for a market woman to leave her business to come and sit down here. So she left her business to be with us here today. Thank you so much for coming. the Women Chamber of Commerce, Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, suite members, and all our esteemed partners. This is to say thank you very much for attending. Thank you for honoring our invitation. And during break, I saw a lot of interactions going on. So I'm sure that a lot of new connections have been made and existing collaboration strengthened. The CITN president said something. He said, if we keep on flying with one wing, we will never get to where we are going to. So this is a call for us to continue flying with our two wings, and wishing you all a safe and pleasant journey as you go back home today. So thank you, and have a nice lunch. Sorry, I forgot to mention our moderator. You see, I almost couldn't pass.
Thank you, Chike. Please, a round of applause for her just before we all leave for lunch. Thank you. And I would like to say thank you for everybody who stayed till the end. Usually, you know, what happens at convene, you know, when people convene events like this, especially when it's on findings and research, you know, it sounds very academic and very serious. And so when the special guests, the keynote speakers, the ministers, the ambassadors, when they speak and take pictures, you just see the hall. Everybody just starts to leave. But I am so impressed, and I appreciate your patience and your indulgence to stay into the end. It means that you mean to do the work and take the message out there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. A round of applause as we go to lunch.